Good morning, everyone. Hello, hello. Sorry, I was writing out an email to the sponsor for the Final Fantasy X MTG thing and just noticed the time. I'm not done with the email, but I am here. Good morning, good morning. Sorry, yesterday I went back to the hospital just to get a few more tests done, just in case, because I wasn't feeling super good, but I think it was just the caffeine withdrawals. So I decided to just disappear for the day, pretty much. My caffeine withdrawals were honestly almost worse than the blood pressure yesterday. I had caffeine on Tuesday, but I weaned on Wednesday, but I weaned way too much. I weaned off the caffeine way too much on Wednesday. Because I was like, oh, I've got tingling and shaking in my left arm. I should go back to the hospital. My headache is so much worse. I weaned way too hard. Way too hard. Oh, you know what? I just realized. I'm actually going to dip out of Coral for a second. I'm going to go back to Gilgamesh for a hunt train. I'm going to do some ether hunt trains today. So yeah, that's why I wasn't here yesterday. Good morning, Cal. I went to the hospital at like 4 in the morning yesterday, just to be sure. The good news is all my tests came back really good. Sorry, I actually need to do this now. Fortunately, after that, I felt a whole lot better for the rest of the day. Once I got a little bit of caffeine in me. Yeah, I'm going to do hunt trains before I do any crafting. We got a busy day. I want to look at the Final Fantasy X MTG cards on the site. I want to pull up the Square Enix blog and look at some of the cards they've been posting. Because I haven't actually had time to look at, like, all the cards. So I want to do all that. And also, there's a new, like, 40-second Final Fantasy XIV mobile technical test trailer that I want to record a video for as well. Hope all's well. I mean, I'm still in the same medical condition that I was a few days ago, but with the medications, I do feel a good bit better. I have another doctor's visit today as a follow-up. So I'll be ending stream decent bit early. I'll end stream at like 12:30 today. But I also have raid tonight, so I'll be live in the evening. All right, I need to finish this email to the sponsor for the Magic the Gathering X Final Fantasy. I found out exactly what I'm being sent for that. I'm being sent a collector booster box, play booster box, and bundle, as well as a case of commander decks. That's what was allocated for me for the sponsorship. So I'm going to be driving people to that site as much as I can. Right now, they're almost out of stock on everything except for regular play boosters. But I think they're going to restock, and they'll probably stock again after the initial bump. It is a lot. Dude, what if I get a gold chocobo from the collector boosters I'm being sent? The fact that I'm getting collector boosters are being literally like upcharged to like $750 for a box. I didn't think I was getting one of those. So we are going to have some pretty exciting pack openings. And I'm going to have giveaways for commander decks, too. They're also allocating some commander decks for giveaways. So I'll probably give away the 4 separate commanders decks as we do our pack openings. So yeah, it's going to be good. Bethadel, thank you for the 10 months.
Bethindle TV just subscribed for 10 months. Yeehaw.
Yeehaw indeed. I want to rewrite a part of that. A part of my email. Let's see. All right. Yeah, I've been really slow at responding to emails this week with all the hospital visits and whatnot, so I want to make sure that I stay on top of that a little bit today. Yeah, so they're gonna be restocking it. There's really no rush to get it, Shadow, but I mean, there's also... I don't know how they're doing the golden chocobos. Yeah, the commander decks will be on unlimited reprint, though. So yeah, I'll basically be plugging anytime they get new stock for that stuff. I should make a dedicated link for it. Yeah, because right now they only have regular play boosters still in... Oh, no, actually, they only have play booster boxes still. I think their individual ones sold out, so that's one more thing that's sold out there. But I think they are doing another restock before then. The long, flowing, and dashing locks. I don't know if they're flowing right now. They're still a little wet. Still a wee bit wet. But I'll take it. Yeah, it's been an eventful week. But I am feeling better. I've gotten a few more things shipped to Sophie. I got some of my consoles shipped, a bunch of clothes shipped. And I'm going to do a whole bunch more shipping this weekend. Don't know how much time I'll have to make videos. Probably a decent amount still. I just need to cut back on a little bit of Toontown time. I gotta record some 11 parts. And then let's see. Alright, let me do that. You know what? I'll include the link directly to that. There we go. Now I make a card shop command. What's going on, Jetter? Toontown stuff, yeah. She was like, I'm sorry, I'm making you play so much. I'm like, no, I'm just spending time with you. That's all I'm doing. I'm not super like into it like she is. I just play with her. Speaking of which, man, we got stuff to talk about today. Between MapleStory Classic getting its like preview date because they're going to be doing a technical test and they're doing like signups for people to do an in-person play test of MapleStory Classic, which is wild to think about. But there's also Blue Protocol being resurrected from the ashes, which we did know about. We heard about Star Resonance a while ago. But, yeah. That's another thing that happened. Final Fantasy XIV Mobile got a new technical test teaser for China with signups available. So we might see some more footage coming out of 14 Mobile stuff soon. We have Square Enix's financial plan and their next 3 years, which is its own thing. It was busy. On top of that, I still haven't looked at the Final Fantasy X Magic the Gathering packs. Like, a lot's happened in the past few days. Square Enix reconfirmed Dragon Quest XII and Kingdom Hearts 4. Yes, they do still exist, even if Missing Link went bye-bye. Which, quite frankly, doesn't matter to me. Dragon Quest XII really need... I didn't question Kingdom Hearts 4, but Dragon Quest XII, I really wasn't sure at this point. But Dragon Quest 1 and 2 HD come out later this year. And that's going to be exciting. Yeah, DQ12 needs, like, constant reminders that it needs to be confirmed. It's truly the missing link. Live letter, I would guess. When did I guess the live letter? Last week of June, I think was what I predicted.
Skippy_McShane Splints just subscribed.
Skippy, thank you for the resub. Welcome back. Listen, Destiny doesn't need free money. Yeah, first live letter is normally like 5 weeks before patch, and then the second live letter is like 10 days. I'm sorry. The first live letter is 5 weeks before the second live letter, and then the second live letter is usually 10 days before the patch, 9 or 10 days before the patch. That's the pattern you're looking for. So given that we have a patch, a prediction date for patch, you just work backwards from there every time. You work backwards 10 days, and you work backwards 5 more weeks. Yeah. I mean, they know if they just release one set of Dragon Quest games per year, they'll probably just, like, they'll pull in bank. Because Dragon Quest 3 did fucking numbers, man. Well, Exploration Zone's in 10 days, so you don't have much to wait for there. 11 days, but, you know. I'll be all moved into South Carolina by then. Next Friday. I still need to take a day and do, like, the setup and everything. I probably won't be live till Saturday. Yeah, Dragon Quest 11 was really good. See, we're in an era where Square can arguably remake and remaster every Dragon Quest game and re-release them for the next several years, and it's like probably just a perfectly fine decision. We are at that point, really, where 1, 2, and 3 are going to happen. 4, 5, and like 8 is almost certain. Yeah, it's really free money. Like, Dragon Quest is like, it's not a highly re-released franchise for them. Remastered or otherwise. It's just not one that they've really given that treatment to. So it's an entire franchise that is a cash cow that they can remaster or remake or do anything. Yeah. Wait, what? Wait, what? What about waiting? Waiting for what? What are we waiting for? Mm-hmm. Yeah, getting 9 off of DS, 8 could just use a modern platform remaster. Hello, Sunra. 4, 5, and 6 is the next trilogy, isn't it? So they'll probably do the second trilogy for the next ones. It genuinely is a good time to be a Dragon Quest fan. You know what's funny, though? Even their, like, off titles for Dragon Quest that aren't, like, super great are all, like, pretty safe bets most of the times. Hello, Hand Banana. I mean, you gotta remember, Dragon Quest gave us Dragon Quest Builders and did really well in the process. Dragon Quest Builders is a solid couple of games. Yeah, obviously we want the port of Tactics. Their goal is quality over quantity, but that being said, we're talking about games that are already considered high quality, so they just need to be remastered or remade with identical quality. They don't really need to be like, you know, they don't need to be like these godsend games visually or like they're already there. They're there to be there. They're there to be what they are. And as Dragon Quest III very handily showed, changing character creators to say Type A and Type B will not be the financial downfall of Dragon Quest games. People in Japan see it and they're like, well, that's weird, but it's Dragon Quest III, so I'm fucking buying it. I see it and I go, okay, they're doing that, and then I move on with my life because I'm normal. No, Expedition 33 is not going to change anything for Square. Yeah, he did have a hand in Dragon Quest Builders. Yeah, I don't really like performative changes like that either, because you're not really including anyone else. You know what I mean? It's very performative, but it also doesn't in any way really impact the rest of the game. But I've always been super against people who lose their mind over censorship practices anyway. I'd be like, bro, listen, I get it. You want to see the midriff more, but like, bro, I just want the game to be fun. Stop it. Yeah, never forget. We were talking about censored Yu-Gi-Oh cards the other day when we were playing Card Shop Sim. Dude, I did not remember that I had that much MTGX Final Fantasy stuff tucked aside. I didn't realize he was sending me that much. That's going to be a hell of a pack opening stream. I got to make sure I've got like top loaders and stuff and sleeves ready for all that. What's standard practice now? Sleeve plus top loader? Sleeve plus top loader? Yeah. Penny sleeve plus top loader, I figured. Double sleeve plus top. Do they do like 2 different size sleeves for the double sleeve plus top loader? Is there like a specific type nowadays? Is there like a second sleeve like secondary, or do you just literally squeeze it both into the same one? Tight fit plus standard. There you go. Is the Gold Estinian card that like $400 card from the FF set? I know there's an expensive Estinian card from like in the last year that was like $300 or $400. Yeah. Each being sleeved. Oh, so you're like, so the double sleeve is to prevent all light from coming in. So it's like truly the I'm protecting this and I'm never going to look at it one. You're preventing all sides from, and I'd assume you load it into the top loader upside down so that air can't get, there's like absolutely no air getting in either. And then you vacuum seal it and put it in a display. Truly go all the way. They're good side quests. There's a lot of good side quests in 14. Especially once you get to Heavensward and onward. Yeah, since I'm going to have a pack of collector's boosters sleeved upside down into a binder. That makes sense, yeah. Since I'm going to be getting a set of collector's boosters, and I didn't know that, I do want to make sure that any of the cards that I pull out of the collector's boosters are pretty well protected. So I'm going to have to Google, like, opening practices. The ideal opening practices. Gonna get a binder? Probably. If I get a fancy one, I'd probably get it graded and either keep it or sell it. In all honesty, more than likely I keep it for a time and then sell it, but it has to be something that's like super rare and valuable. Gotta remember that I'm not paying for these packs. So yeah, I could probably just ask Whoops. This card shop sells Pokemon packs. I should be like, yo, Whoops, so you looking for another place to check for packs? Because my boy here. Yeah, they do sell Digimon also. Well, I don't know if she even wants to hand. She might want to look through the commanders. The collector's boosters, I'm going to treat very carefully. I probably want to be the only one handling the collector's boosters upon opening, just to make sure it's controlled. They sell Neopets. That's wild. Yeah, I think she's still asleep right now. She got to sleep easy because she didn't have me telling her at 3 in the morning that I couldn't sleep because of my head last night, because I actually fucking slept through the night. Which also feels a lot better. To figure out what I'm doing for my blood pressure medication. It's funny though, because after the second ER visit, I felt a lot better. Because they did like EKGs and blood tests, and I was there like normal. I was like, it's just my fucking veins suck. Oh, they're like 750 USD from like local sellers, Inc. I think MSRP is 450, but I think card shops are selling them for like 750. Thanks. Yeah, and Aloha's thing finished today. Oh yeah, they're gonna keep getting ups. It's crazy, John. Email about the plus. Yeah, I should have just gotten that this morning. I was just speaking to the person in charge of that right now. Oh, have fun with that, Rook. Hell of an experience. Yeah, I feel a lot better. The blood pressure meds are going a long way, let me tell you. Well, they do have an MSRP. It's just that, why does anyone care? Like, anyone who's selling the pack, it's a minimum value. Yeah, I'll be working on the sampling and everything. Yeah, like, yeah, the shop I'm working with is sold out of everything except for play booster boxes. I did add a command, !card shop, so if you want to, if anyone, well, on Twitch that command is there. On YouTube, the bot on YouTube sucks. It like disconnects from YouTube like every time because of the way YouTube streams work. Yeah, that's about right, Inc. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like speed limits. It's a suggestion. Although technically a speed limit is supposed to be the maximum. Whereas MSRP is not meant to be the maximum. It's meant to be the minimum. In my state, it's the minimum. Yeah, if only it were that easy, Avelia. Am I hoping to pull? No. I have the commander's decks, and those are really the bare minimum of what I wanted. Yeah, why don't they just get chat to gift them? No, true. They should really just get chat to give them more boxes, clearly. I'm just relieved that we got the Aloha thing. Of all the things that have happened this week, I'm just glad the Aloha thing. I've also been hanging out with Soup Grandma this week. She's been helping me with a few things for my move. She's got like mad boxes and stuff. I sure am, Serge. In a week. Actually, by this time, I'll be there. Because my flight... So, I actually had another really annoying thing happen yesterday. So, I booked first-class flights to South Carolina. And then was trying to get my pet and cabin checked. So, basically, like, I'm traveling... Literally, when I fly, I'm bringing a backpack full of, like, small things I don't want to ship. And Ivy. And that's it. That's all I'm flying with. Like, I've already shipped a bunch of clothes, and I'm going to ship, like, almost everything else, like, next Wednesday. And so, I called to, like, get, you know, Ivy confirmed for the cabin, because I wanted pet and cabin. They said, yep, we have space for pet and cabin. That's great. And then they were like, but actually, there are no seats on your flight that allow pets. And I'm like, what do you mean? And they're like, well, Delta One doesn't allow pets. And I'm like, I don't have Delta One. And they're like, 1 second. It turns out that the plane I'm on uses Delta One, is a Delta One plane, but they just call it first class because it's flying domestically. So they were flatbed. Basically, they were flatbed seats, which you're not allowed to have pets in because there's really no space for you to put your pet. So I had to get a new flight yesterday, which fortunately wasn't that hard. It's still basically the same timeline. I'll actually just be there a little earlier. I had to swap to like traditional first class. They were just miles, so it didn't cost me anything. I just took what it cost to do the first one and then used it on the second one. So, a little bit annoying, but I resolved it within like an hour or two. Still miles. No, because I refunded the first flight and then I just moved that entire thing to the second flight. So it didn't matter anyway. Hey, they just sent me more flight information. Well, they just moved my credit on the first flight to the second flight. They basically just did a flight change. So yeah, all it meant was I had to deal with the headache of actually calling them, which I'll take in all honesty over anything else going wrong. Alright, I just care about the cap tomes for now. Yeah, I gotta cap my tomes. I gotta get 3 hunt trains and then I'll cap during raid tonight. This should be my last week of tomes. After that, I can start working on tomes for the solo jobs. I would like a dancer weapon to drop. Because I'd rather... although I don't know what weapon I want to get anyway. It really depends on if there's an ultimate. Well, no, I need a dancer weapon to solo 011. Or I need... you know what? The dancer tome weapon's probably fine to solo 011S. Or like a samurai weapon or something, but dancer should be the play there. I just don't have a dancer weapon to get my 011S solo done. Yeah, I need to get something for Dark Knight to attempt to finish Hades. To see how that plays out. I need Dancer for 011S, and I need probably Samurai stuff for Susano. I think that's all correct. Bard can't do any of that, so... bit annoying, but for Dancer, I just need the weapon. Whereas for Dark Knight and Samurai, I need, like, the entire gear sets. Or at least as much item level as I can feasibly manage. How do you solo Susano? You kill it in 5 GCDs. It was almost doable with Picto last patch, but ain't no way it's going to be almost doable with Picto now. Why Dancer? Because you need to be able to kill the, what is it called? The level checker in like 2 GCDs. So you need like a double dance crit in order to kill it. I think you need to like direct crit technical step and like direct crit, whatever the other, the fucking laser beam attack is. I forget what it's called. I haven't played Dancer at all this expansion. The Enhanced Saber Dance, that one. I think you need to direct crit both of those with, yeah, is it Starfall? No, it's not called. Starfall is the, it might be, I mean, actually, I don't remember which is higher potency. Starfall's the line AoE. Oh, yeah, RPG. Yeah, I sent it to a few people. I do have the list of all the people who haven't gotten it yet. Simply, Sholo, Waka, Board, Nuba, you all still need to get it. I have the list right here. Yeah, they were giving me some problems where every like 2 or 3 items I bought, it was locking me out. So it was taking me a while to get through. Well, that's Susano normal. We're talking about Susano Extreme. But no, Susano Extreme is not real. I mean, it is luck because you do need to direct crit. But for Susano Extreme, yeah, you need to take Susano from 75% to 0 in 5 GCDs. Which Samurai should be able to do this patch. I don't see a reason why Samurai wouldn't be able to achieve that this patch. Alright, I think Ferry is the next train. So I'm going to head over there. Let me check Discord. Since I haven't played all week, or really much at all this week. Ooh, nice, Hope. Ass is a lot of fun. We do like ass. Another Sildine Subterranean Savage. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Ferry next. Ferry train might be fucked. Alright, I gotta look at Discord. Let me look at Ether Hunts.
Eorzea's unity is forged of falsehoods. Its city-states are built on deceit, and its faith is an instrument of deception. It is not but a cobweb of lies. To believe in Eorzea is to believe in nothing. In Eorzea, the beast tribes often summon gods to fight in their stead, though your comrades only rarely respond in kind. Which is strange, is it not? Are the 12 otherwise engaged? I was given to understand they were your protectors. If you truly believe them your guardians, why do you not repeat the trick that served you so well in Carteneau and call them down? They will answer, so long as you lavish them with crystals and gorge them on ether. Your gods are no different from those of the beasts. Icons, every one. Except but this, and you will see how Eorzea's fate is bleeding the land dry. Nor is this unknown to your masters, which prompts the question, why do they cling to these false deities? What drives even men of learning, even the great Louis Smart, to grovel at their feet? The answer? Your masters lack the strength to do otherwise. For the world of man to mean anything, man must own the world. To this end, he hath fought ever to raise himself through conflict, to grow rich through conquest, and when the dust of battle settles, it is ever the strong who dictate the fate of the weak.
Thank you. Thank you. So why is this ferry train potentially fucked? Well, I mean, okay, I said why though, not, not is it running? I said why. Trying to collect information. Because that's not a reason. I'll go wait here all the same. No one's asking how it's running either. Good morning, Astragor. Not really. No one really. Only time people care about not really talking about it, not really doing them publicly, is Tuesdays. And that's just because it gets too crowded. All right, well, either way, I'm just going to look at the Discord and see what gets called, because I need a few trains. Good morning, fella. Criterion Savages. Honestly, it's really tough to rate them based on their difficulty. Because, like, the reason why each of them is even hard in the first place is not consistent. Like, Sildine Subterrane... The hamster is probably the most technically challenging to learn, but not that hard to, like, do once somebody, like, once you've, like, learned it, it's not, like, executionally as bad as the others. The second boss in Sildine Subterrane, one of the easier bosses, not the easiest boss, but one of the easier ones. But the final boss in Sildine Subterrane might be the hardest of all the bosses. Not to mention the hallway trash. The very first bit of trash in Sildine Subterrane is arguably the easiest trash in all of them, but the hallway with the 4 ads, that shit sucks on Savage. The fucking golems before the second boss, that might be like the hardest of like all the trash packs. The bleeds, the 1 HPs, everything. Yeah, that's honestly, that might be the hardest trash in all of the Criterions. I think it gets easier from there. There's still some tough parts in the other trash. Rock-On has some pretty brutal trash. But yeah, also, some people really struggle with bosses that I think are easy. The first boss of Rock-On is a good example with all the clouds. I think that first boss is probably, it's not the easiest boss, but he's definitely not one of the harder bosses. The rat, yeah, the rat is really fucking annoying in Rock-On. Yeah, the last tower mechanic, the rat as a whole, the rat's a really good fight as a whole. But then you look at Alo Alo, the first boss of Alo Alo, really tough. The second boss, I think, again, is arguably the easiest boss, but a lot of people struggle with it because of the double rotation timers, like getting all their rotations down correctly is really tough for a lot of people. But he's like, I think he's the easiest boss of all of them, other than the second boss of Sildine. The last boss of Rockon and the last boss of Alo Alo are not as hard as the last boss of Sildi, in my opinion, either. Yeah, status just has second. Although the downtime on status is so fucked. The wall with hands. There's no actual wall with hands, but you can't convince me that that wall doesn't have hands. You'll never convince me that the wall on Stat Ice doesn't have fucking hands that reach out and grab you. It's bullshit, all right? The downtime mechanic there is such a huge messing up point, especially on Savage. Remember that on content on Stat Ice, I died with a minute left on the fight and we still beat the Enrage. Remember that. On Stat Ice, on release, I was dead for over a minute on the ground on Savage, and we still cleared it. We don't need that guy. Sacrifice for the clear. I was literally murdered. I only died because Kyo killed me, because Kyo went the wrong way for the second dartboard. So I died alone on the dartboard, and then they finished the boss. Literally what happened. Never forget Kyo going, oh, sorry. But fortunately, if you can do Sil D, it is a good measure that you can do all of them. There's not one that's so significantly harder, because the first and last boss of Sil D are higher difficulty than a lot of the other ones. The last boss of Sil D, the Amalja, very good boss. Very, very good boss. Between the tripwires and the rotations with the lasers and all that stuff, very, very well done. Very unique boss. There's really no boss like him anywhere in the game. Like, there's literally no other mechanic you can look at and compare to the last boss of Sil D. Red alert. Red alert. Hey, that means get to crafting. Get to crafting and fishing, V. Hurry up. Yeah, there's very few bosses in Final Fantasy XIV. You can literally look at them and go, there's no other boss even remotely like this. There are some. Don't get me wrong. We definitely have plenty of them, as a matter of fact. But normally you can boil a lot of those fights down to spread, in-out spread stack. Whereas, you know, you have things like M6 with the ads that stands out. You have things like, what's another really identifying one that's not super lame? Avatar from back in the day with the tower management, especially on Savage. I'm sure some people do. I don't know much about it, though. FF, I haven't played it myself. No conduct. Ah, so that's why the ferry train might not happen. The conductor isn't able to run it this morning. So even if everything's there, there's no conductor to actually run the train. That's what happened. Or there may not be a conductor around because the conductor has something they have to do. Got it. The mining mission's not even the good one. The fishing mission is really good. I understand why people just go for the fishing mission. Ivy. There you are, Ivy. Ivy, we're going to be flying together next week. You're going to be getting on a plane. We're going to be in the air for 6 hours. I got to buy her pee pads for her carrier. I got to get you pee pads for your carrier. I'm going to be gabapenting her up. Hi. It's been scouted. There's just no driver. Don't worry. Cat is comfy. It's going to be interesting seeing if Ivy is still as on top of me when she's surrounded by 4 other cats and 2 other people. Neither. I'm moving in with Sophie. Asmiak. We, didn't want to do long distance. And I have nothing tying me here. The only person tying me to my current location is Soup Grandma. And I think Soup Grandma understands that I'm leaving. Even she wants to leave. I mean, some cats are going to do that no matter how much you get them used to it, V. Ivy doesn't really cry in the carrier that much anymore. She's a lot quieter than she used to be in it. But even still, in a car ride, yeah, she's not going to be thrilled. She's already given me 2 farewell soups. She gave me a smoked duck and lentil soup and a, what was the other soup she gave me the other? Oh, no, the other one wasn't soup. Then she gave me chili. Good soup. Very good soup. She tried giving me ice cream and stuff, too. And I was like, yeah, I'm going to lay off that kind of stuff until my blood pressure's completely under control. I usually do a duck soup for Christmas. I'll probably do it this year. I didn't do it last year, but I'll probably do it again this year. It's funny, I was telling her about the situation with my mother, and you know how chat's been asking, can Soup Grandma adopt me? She said, I'll adopt you to me, and I was just like, I guess the answer is yes, chat. I can be adopted by Soup Grandma. What happened with the neurologist? The neurologist didn't see anything, but they still had me get the brain MRI. Brain MRI was fine, chest scan was fine, blood work was all fine, but my blood pressure is very high. But I'm on blood pressure meds now, and I feel so much better. I need to go. I have to go for a follow-up today. And then I'll come up with a medical plan. But yeah, what I normally do is I roast a whole duck for Christmas. And then with the carcass, I make a stock. And then with the stock, I make like a soy duck soup. With like bok choy and a handful of other things. Yeah, blood pressure problems came out of nowhere for me. But I'm cutting back on my caffeine intake and my salt intake. And then I'm also on knife dipping? Nipple dipping. Got it. So my family history is not that consistent on my father's side. Because my grandfather did drugs and drank a lot. And my father did drugs and drank a lot for a lot of his life. So they did it to themselves, as far as I'm concerned. I mean, my dad's heart attack was drug related. Yeah, knife a dipin. Mm-hmm. On my mother's side, though, I remembered there is actually a history of heart condition. So, and I do take after my mother's side, so it's good that I got that looked at now and didn't wait any longer. I generally take more after my mother's side than my father's side. But that's the thing. I had an EKG. I had them run all sorts of tests. I had them like I told them to do it. They decided to do it. I don't know. I don't know anything about blood pressure medication. They didn't want to put me on... I don't remember the name. Propranolol? Something like... They were originally going to put me on that, but they decided against putting me on that. Because it is... I think it was because it lowered heart rate, and my heart rate is normal. Propranolol. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it also lowers your heart rate, and my heart rate is normal. Yeah, there's Lisinopril. I think there's also, like... There's another L one, I think. I think they just... So, yeah, that's the thing. They put me on a calcium blocker and not a beta blocker. There is a chance that today they put me on something else, since I am going for a follow-up. Lisinopril. Yeah, there's a good chance that maybe they put me on Lisinopril today. Because they might write me another prescription. Yeah, they said propranolol is usually for people with high anxiety. So they didn't like it. So when they were originally going to put me on propranolol, they said it's for people with anxiety disorders because it helps lower heart rate also. And you don't have that because your heart rate is normal. So it didn't make sense to put me on propranolol. Because if my heart rate's already 55 to 60 beats per minute normally, and then I bring that lower, they were like, we don't like that idea. If your heart rate was like 65 to 70 resting, yeah, we would probably put you on propranolol. They take my heart rate while I was rating. That they did not do. Good morning, by the way, Sophie. Yeah, propranolol for being anxious. Why don't I just take Ivy's gabapentin? That should do the trick. Smile. Ivy's got her gabapentin. I have my own gabapentin. Yeah, I don't really have anxiety. You know what I noticed, though? You know when I got the high blood pressure symptoms? Hot sauce. When I did the hot ones challenge over the weekend before last week. Right after Sophie left. Technically, not even right after. It started while she was here. The hot sauce stuff. Can't help but notice. I don't get me wrong. I think that's just what pushed it over the edge. I don't think it was the sodium. I'm pretty sure it was the stress of covering wasabi in hot sauce. And taking spoonfuls of that daily.
Chaos.
What's going on, Garnet? Squall, thank you for the 5 months.
Squall XF just...
By the way, I'm waiting for hunt trains. I want to at least get my hunt trains done today. Yeah, we got the plushie all said and done. Next, I have to go into... I'll be hearing from the product team, and I can go into that. Yeah, they called the Centurio train like 7 minutes ago. I won't have any worries because I'll be dead. If you guys don't see me again, that's because I'm dead. Thank you, John Bernthal. Feeling better? Yeah, I'm feeling a lot better. I slept the whole night through last night. Spoilers? You even know what movie that's from without me telling you. It's not from Daredevil. I was touching Ivy's toe beans and she didn't like that. Ivy, let me touch your toe beans. Good morning, Nikki. Yeah, I mean, keep in mind, my last few months have been a lot more stressful, but I was probably trending upwards towards it. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, they had me on 30 milligrams of nifedipine right now. 30 milligram tablets of nifedipine. They're pretty large. I think for Lisanapril, it's like 10 milligram pills. So yeah, they're really tiny. Have to be stupid careful. I'm just watching to see when this next train occurs. Maybe 1/4 an inch wide. That's not very wide. Yeah, I haven't had much of time to look at the Magic the Gathering cards, so I'm still in the dark about most of them. I found a site that actually has all of the recent previews. And I found out, by the way, so for those who missed it, I'm going to be repeating this a lot. I have a sponsorship coming up with an LCS based in Kentucky, a local card shop based in Kentucky. They're sending me packs, and then I'm going to promote their site. Right now, they only have play booster boxes left. They're sold out of everything else for the Final Fantasy Magic the Gathering collab, but they're probably going to be restocking. Yeah, it looks like it is happening. Watching Pello. I see it. Cool. So, I added a command, !card shop, for checking for their stock. I am going to be opening a collector's boosters box, a play booster box, and a bundle, as well as all 4 commander decks. And I'm going to have 4 commander decks to give away. On top of that. For when I'm doing the pack opening, I'm going to give them away one at a time during the pack opening times. It's a lot of cards, yeah. If I get a gold chocobo, I'm fucking going to the Bahamas with Sophie, alright? that shit's paying for a Bahamas trip right there. I don't know why the Bahamas. I just said that randomly. Just seemed like a good random place to shout out. Probably wouldn't be the first destination. So, you know what's funny? I like random OTK moments in card games, just not Yu-Gi-Oh! Levels of OTK moments. Also, in Magic the Gathering, I don't think you have that many. You have one-turn kills, but you don't have FTKs, and that's a whole lot different. If you manage to get to a point where you can set up an OTK combo, usually in Magic, it's several turns out. You get the pieces in play and then you get to an OTK because you don't want them to counterplay you. So you have to usually use a few turns of resources to get to your OTK. Also, yeah, that depends on Commander versus Standard. Are we talking, which one are we talking about? I'd assume we're not talking about Commander. They're called blue decks, dingo. What you're looking for is a blue deck. Blue is just know the color. Yeah, you're looking to build a blue deck. Blue is lots of stall and control, and yeah. I mean, it's a control deck. That's what it's called. It's just called a control deck. Your deck is my deck now. We depart in less than 1 minute. Green, black, and white. That's like most of the colors, man. Channel plus Fireball plus 5 other cards. I can already see some potential combos in some decks that are going to lead to bad times in the final fan. Like we noticed a few pretty quickly in the first few. I'd definitely be concerned about milling Odin. Decks milling Odin and then getting him out turn 1. I would definitely be concerned about that alternate win con. I'd also be very concerned about the Xenos alternate win con. There's a lot of alternate win cons in the Final Fantasy sets. But the mill Odin into Una summon is definitely up there. Yeah, Noctis has some good stuff. Birds. Apparently, something I learned is that the Final Fantasy set is already the fastest and highest selling Magic the Gathering set of all time. I'm not really surprised, but that's pretty funny. They knew what they were doing. They knew what the assignment was. Yeah, it's definitely a good set for both Wizards and dude, I want to know what the fucking licensing fees were. I want to know what Square's making off of that. I mean, they're never gonna say, but like, I want to know what they're making in licensing fees off this, because it's probably pretty nice. Disney doesn't haggle. Yeah, no kidding. Don't poke me, sir. Yeah, a lot of exciting things. I'm glad that it's been a relatively exciting last week with all the random announcements that have come out with a lot of stuff. Yeah, someone was just talking about that. See, I'm going to be looking at them in a little bit. I figure we'll probably record a few YouTube videos with all that stuff. That should be cool. I actually want to watch a few trailers, too. I just want to make sure I get my tomes capped for the week. No, I didn't. I do need to record more 11 stuff this weekend because Shantoto's in town. So I need to make sure that I log in and get her. At this point, though, I'm not really surprised at the idea of everyone getting a weapon voucher. So is it just any Rema? Like, what is it actually? What is the Bonanza weapon voucher? Is it just a free fucking Rema for everyone? Because that's what the Bonanza weapon vouchers were before, weren't they? Weren't they like a Rema of choice if you won the Bonanza? Oh, it's one of those. Okay. God, Yagyu Darkblade makes me want to play Final Fantasy XII. Yagyu Darkblade, that's a classic Final Fantasy XII weapon. I mean, obviously not exclusively from there, but that's where it's best. Big Yagyu Darkblade enjoyer. I don't remember how good it was in Zodiac Age, though. Most of my memory of Zodiac Age is Satangrat and Satangrat, Tower, Gendarme, and all the guns. Since I did the New Game Minus run, so all the guns were insanely useful. Another New Game Minus playthrough is definitely due at some point. New Game Minus in Final Fantasy XII was definitely a highlight for me. Even though you have to do some absolutely asinine stuff to make it, like, smooth. I also do plan on playing MapleStory Classic, by the way. So if you're planning on trying out MapleStory Classic when it comes out, bear in mind I will be participating in that. Oh, it's right over there. We got some good times ahead. Once the move is done, we got plenty of... Not to mention the month of June. We're probably going to find out about the Dragon Quest release date in June. I'd imagine, right? It's literally game announcement month. We'll probably get Dragon Quest 1 and 2's release date. I have a feeling Dragon Quest 1 and 2 is probably holidays. But either way, I assume they'll probably confirm that soon. I don't think we'll get much else in terms of 14 news. I think we'll find out about 14 mobile from the next live letter as well, if I had to guess. The technical test is about to be underway in China. At least I think that was the Chinese one for the trailer I saw earlier. I'll double check, but I'm almost certain it was the Chinese trailer for the technical test. My Google Lens will tell me. Obviously, I'm not proficient enough to see the actual text and be like, yep, that's Chinese. I'm excited. There's a lot of things happening. There's a lot of things I'm looking forward to enjoy. There's also Tides of Annihilation I'm super looking forward to. I'll probably play Lost Soulacide when it comes out and its delayed release date now. I mean, that's Dragon Quest 12, which all they confirmed was, hey, we are still actively developing it. Well, 14 Mobile is going to be nice for me because it gives me more video content. I like it just from a content creator standpoint. I mean, I'll probably have a decent amount of fun playing it too. What was the date given? There's no date. There's a sign up right now. They're flying people to LA to do in-person testing. All expenses paid. So there's just the sign up at the moment. It's on the Maple Story Twitter. Get that bag. It's not even much about getting bag, because, you know, it's not like I'm going to... It's just nice to have another version of 14 to make content about. Especially because I can cover it in its Chinese releases, like whatever goes to China first. And then I can get people prepped for the Western releases of a lot of that stuff. I don't remember which company is saving Blue Protocol either. I remember reading it a few months back, but I don't remember which company it is. I think it's the company that Bandai was teaming up with to make it in the first place. I think they just acquired all the assets and said, you know what, we'll do the job ourselves instead of working with Bandai. Bakura owned by Tencent. Yeah, weren't they working with them to begin with? Yeah, that's the trailer for the technical test. They put out a trailer for the technical test next week. But the point is that, yeah, that was in China. They're calling it technical test, but yeah, essentially it's CBT2. There's like a 40-second trailer out for that. After the normal game failed. Yeah. Curious. I mean, it's better than it just completely dissipating into nothing. I'm glad to see that they're willing to try to keep it alive in some capacity. Because a lot of people were really looking forward to it. Hey, that's on me. No magical moo. Oh, this is one that ends in heritage found. Interesting. Oh, I'm playing catch up. Well, it's not too bad to catch up nowadays. Oh man, it's so fucking relieving to feel a good bit more normal than I have in the past week. God, what a fucking week it's been. It's good to be sitting here and just able to just be chill. No idea. Well, I mean, so we have plenty of the idea of the relief, but a huge relief. I just got to figure out what the right amount of caffeine to have now is, so I don't have mad withdrawal. Those doctors? I mean, I have high blood pressure, but everything else was good. I got tons of tests ran when I went in a little bit more concerned yesterday. Yeah, what tests did I get? Because I had a bunch of blood work done a few months ago that was all really positive. My HDLs, LDLs, all that was good. Probably half. Yeah, that's what I did right now. I've got about half of my normal. I think I need a little more than that. I think a little bit later in the day, I need to have something that has caffeine in it, but not necessarily coffee. Like I either need a tea midday as like a balancing agent. Yeah, blood pressure is manageable. Yeah, no heart issues. Well, let me just get a list of the things I had done. I've got a full list of them in the app. Good morning, Xander. Can RX? Yeah, well, not much for me. I'm just making sure not to do dumb shit. I had an X-ray chemistry panel. I had my troponin checked. I had a CBC done. White blood cell differential. EKG. I didn't actually look at my EKG results. I had a head MRI done, and then a few months back, I had like testosterone, luteinizing hormone, FSH tests. I had all that done a few months ago. Prolactin, hemoglobin, hematocrit, creatinine, non-fasting lipid panel, alanine, HIV. I had all that checked a few months ago. Yeah, I didn't check the EKG, but all my results were good. You can't smell. No. So Xanarkin, I got diagnosed with high blood pressure. And actually the thing that probably set it off was the hot sauce. I've been in the hospital the last few days. And I have a follow-up today after being on a new blood pressure medication. Well, I went in and they had to make sure my heart was okay. Because I went in initially for a brain MRI, and the second time I went in was with high blood pressure, they did heart checks the second time. No, I have insurance. I had a $350 copay and no bills. Well, I noticed that it happened after I did the sauce. Like, that's the thing. I can't help but notice I had no symptoms of high blood pressure until after the hot sauce days. So, causation is not correlation, but it sure is damning to have them happen that close to each other. Yeah, and all that was fine. Yeah, but all my blood tests came back good. Yeah, I've had that hot sauce before, but I don't normally pour the hot sauce over wasabi and then do push-ups and sit-ups. Wait, how did you even do it? Is it not the... Oh, do you... Wait, are you making fake Chinese accounts for it? Because I'm not doing that. Yeah, I'm gonna not do the hot sauce. Yeah, this hot sauce probably just triggered it and made it noticeable. So yeah, I put all of the wheel stuff on hold until I have a better idea of what I'm dealing with. Get back in there, Mystic. Get back in there right now. But I'm feeling a lot better now, so. Dawn of a new game. I think that was that my 2000th A rank? Or is that just 1,000? For Dawn Trail. There is my 2000 A ranks. Now I just need the S ranks. Oh, Age of Empires 2 is so good, FF. But yeah, that's I had all of that done. So yeah, I'm not doing the wheel stuff. I wanted to have all that stuff to celebrate the anniversary, but honestly, most of the anniversary stuff just can't take priority. Oh my god.
On your campsite,
I can't even read it.
Sorry to hear that happen. I hope
Christ.
it didn't influence that I feel really bad. Get well soon, happy. Red heart emoji.
Red heart emoji. Am I dead? Does that kill? Wait, that didn't even hurt me. Jesus Christ. Well, I wish I could do wheel spins, but I can't, unfortunately. Thank you for the 500. Jesus Christ, I don't even know. I don't know what I did to deserve that. But, see, now I wish I could do the... I'm not going to be clear. Now I wish I could do the wheel spins. damn it. The stupid rocks in the way. Cold Crescent is the 27th. No more hot sauce. No. Ow! Can't do it. Yeah, there's no more hot sauce. Sorry, Ivy. Ivy's been in my lap for the... I don't even know how long Ivy's been in my lap. Ivy treats. No, it's too early. She actually lost exactly the amount of weight she was supposed to, but thank you. That will be an assistance with the move. I've been shipping everything via UPS to Sophie's, which is still less expensive than the alternative of, you know, lugging it there. Especially because I'm not really shipping a whole crazy high amount of stuff. There she goes. All cat treats. Yeah, it's just which cat gets the treats. No, it's not. I can't just do that. That's somebody else. I mean, it'll be our cats after that, but you know, I can't just give cats treats like that. Ivy, I know. I have Ivy's eating controlled. Can I? Well, she just jumped down, so... Oh, she's coming back. She literally jumped down of her own accord and then came back. Look, see? Cat. Boop, 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 boop. Yeah, Ivy's but I'm curious if Ivy's codependence on me will persist when there's a lot of other living beings. Because Ivy wasn't as codependent on me when I lived with Mel and when Aloha was alive. She would, like, still come to me plenty, but the level of codependency was a lot lower. So I think with, like, other cats to, like, play with and other people to beg for pets, she might still lean towards being codependent on me, but might not do it to the lengths that she did before. I think when I'm streaming, she'll still probably want to be nearby. Also, nice number of party finders. It's been a good week. Even with everything that's gone wrong this week, it's been a good week. Really? I didn't have any issues with that, unless that issue just started. I usually panic and run away, Asmac. It's the story of the jersey behind you. Oh, that's my Twitch partner jersey. That's my first partner jersey that I got with Twitch. I didn't put it in a fucking frame. That wasn't my idea. Mel did that, and I was like, why? I have like 6 of those now. Like, I don't care about the... It's not like it's my first dollar. Arr, 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 arr. Just did it. And I was just like, but I was wearing that. I don't care what kind of game 17 is. I just want it to be good. I like 16 a lot. So... And I'm even okay with 15. It just wasn't fully realized. I went through too much nonsense to get to its truly finished point. There's only 3 Final Fantasy games I, like, actively don't like. And so as long as it's not like any of those, which I promise you it probably won't be, I think we're good. And honestly, that's not even fair because Final Fantasy II, I don't like. But the Saga games I do like. So that's still not even true. Literally, Saga games are just better final. Like Romancing Saga 2, Revenge of the Seven, I thought it was great. I can highly recommend if you're looking for another 100-hour RPG at a decent price, if you can grab Revenge of the Seven. Very, very fun game. If you're like an old school RPG head, definitely recommend Revenge of the Seven. Romancing Saga 2, Revenge of the Seven. Final Fantasy 3 3D, very specifically, that version is the other one. Another one I don't like. That's the one I like the least. Final Fantasy 3 is already just kind of Final Fantasy 5 Redux, but I like the pixel remaster version. The 3D version is just nonsense. 3D is, yeah, that won't happen again. I'm not even worried about anything like that happening. And the other one I don't like, I'm not a big fan of the 3D version of 4 either. It's okay, like it has its own merits, but I really don't care for it. The 3D version of 4, like the augment system is just fucking stupid. The New Game Plus system is stupid. The bonus bosses are not very good. Like, yeah, okay, so it's got some voice acting. Like, I don't care. That's not something I needed in my Final Fantasy 4, you know? It's fine, though. Like, it's a harder Final Fantasy 4. It's got voice... Like, it's got some things going for it. And then the other one I don't like. Number 3, my third least favorite Final Fantasy game. Final Fantasy IX. I thought about making a full-length video on just why I don't like Final Fantasy IX. Not why it's bad, why I don't like it. Here we go again. My chat knows all the reasons I don't like 9. I did it. I already platinumed Metaphor. What do you mean? I platinumed Metaphor already. There it is. It's called Moguri. Lighter. It's very good. If you're going to play Final Fantasy IX, play it with Moguri. It honestly gets rid of, like, every issue. No, yeah, I 100% endorse the use of the Moguri mod. It does away with a lot of the PlayStation 1 technical debt that kind of holds the game back. So that has my blessing. Yeah, no, Final Fantasy IX with Moguri mod, it would still be like a mid Final Fantasy game for me. Like it would be the same as like 7 and 8, which for me are both mid. I think the PlayStation 1 era, I just don't really care to go back to very much nowadays. But, yeah, no, 9 with Moguri is, it'd be okay. The problem is I don't like most of the characters. Like, even if you fix all the gameplay-related stuff, I just don't like most of the characters. You know? Like, Vivi's the only character I truly like. And he's the main character. Zidane, Steiner, and Garnet are okay. I don't really like them a whole lot, but I don't dislike them. And then the rest of the cast kind of teeters and totters around. It just makes it really hard to, like, get in. If you don't like most of the cast, like, it's hard to get into a game. Yeah, no, Moguri fixes. If you like the story but don't like how the gameplay's aged, Moguri will fix pretty much all of that. I think Moguri mod lets you, like, it has HD texture backgrounds. It speeds up getting into fights without actually speeding up the game, so it reduces the load time going into encounters. What else can you... There's a handful of other things you can do with it. There's a lot of things you can do, but those are just a few. And those already are pretty big improvements on just, like, the moment to moment. Could catch co-op the bat. Yeah, you could do that with quite a few of the old Final Fantasy games. 6, you could do the same thing. Control over trance, yes. You can manually control trance. That's another thing. Yeah, Moguri, literally, for every gameplay complaint I have, almost every, then Moguri has a fix for it. Genuinely speaking, with Moguri mod, like 9, I just don't enjoy the characters at that point. So no, yeah, that's definitely got full endorsement from me. That's like the in my opinion, that's the definitive way to play Final Fantasy IX is with the Moguri mod. Kind of like how the definitive way to play any Bethesda game is with every mod imaginable. No, we would never do that. Don't have PC. Yeah, that's unfortunate. If you ever do get the chance to play 9 on PC, definitely try it with Moguri mod. You'll realize how much better of a game you're playing very quickly. Yeah, I don't hyper mod games either. I don't like to do it. Even Bethesda games, I historically don't mod very much. But that means I'm just not playing the definitive version. The good news is even vanilla Oblivion Remake is definitely definitive. Since it actually fixes every core issue I have with Oblivion, that it's not like... It doesn't need to be modded to fix those things, so to me that's like actually a definitive Oblivion. Yeah, I honestly, like, if I don't see a reason why I wouldn't mod Oblivion Remake. I actually don't have a good reason. Because the only things I would have want, like Skyrim, the only mod I would want in Skyrim, realistically, for my personal taste, is weapon scaling with your level. Quest-specific weapons scaling with your level. Because it sucks doing a quest at a low level that gives you a fantastic weapon, but then you just out-level it because it stops scaling up. That's like the core mod. And I have, there's a mod, I've used that mod before. That for me is like, that was a core issue for me with Skyrim. A 10-3? Honestly, I'm willing to bet there will be too. I feel like there probably will be. I love getting in train cars. No, genuinely, I would prefer to travel by train always. Train over plane. That would be the common sense thing to allow you to do FF. If only that were how it had worked originally. But that's not what I want, FF. I'm saying I want to take the quest reward weapons in Skyrim and level and have them level with me. I understand there's the problem where like you could find the weapon you love early on and use it for the rest of the game, but who cares? If that happens, that happens. I mean, sometimes that happens to me in Souls games. Travel by cannon. That sounds fun. I'm gonna end you, Veiltus. I'm gonna throw a fucking pie in your face. Veiltus, we gotta talk about your targeting in Toontown, alright? we gotta talk about your targeting, alright? Granted, I have an expert targeter in my party. I probably wouldn't know what to do either. I wasn't yelling at him. I was yelling for him to pick a target so I could pick a different one. It's like, pick a target so I can pick a different one. Please, there's only 5 seconds left. Please, please, please. Hey, what's going on, Custos? Oh, glad you've been enjoying it. Yeah, I had a feeling we were both doing the same thing. I had a feeling that's what was happening. I'm trying to level drop, so I need to make sure that it's going to survive lure plus an attack. That's the big thing for me. And then I'm like, keep my blood pressure down. It's fine. Manage blood pressure. Yeah, the two things I've noticed is my blood pressure went up both when I had hot sauce and started playing Toontown, so. Can't help but notice it. Damn. It's not my feet, though. It's my legs, technically. Sorry, I'm gonna get a pair of jorts in real life and just walk on my knees, and it'll be the same thing. Basically the same idea. Alright, my tome should be all good. After raid tonight, I'll be capped. Thank you for train. Alright, I need to... Let me go spend real quick. Hello, Nico. Miss Winter? I definitely prefer winter over summer, so I feel that. I prefer to be really cold and get under the sheets as opposed to get really hot and struggle to cool down. When I was a kid, I used to open my window during the winter. I would just crack it a tiny bit to let cold air in, so I'd have an excuse to do that. Just to crawl under the sheets. Okay, let me see what I'm actually missing. I think I'm just missing one accessory, and then I'm all set. Looks like my earrings. I mean, I need upgrade mats. I haven't won a single upgrade mat yet. Oh, don't worry, Cal. If you want more MMO backlog, we've got Blue Protocol, Star Resonance, Final Fantasy XIV Mobile, and MapleStory Classic to add to that list. Alright, let me head back to my home world. Gotta go to the auction house. God, I'm so excited to open those packs for the FF MTG thing. Listen, I got Lalafels for days, man. What am I doing? What? Oh, the card opening? I think they officially released June 13th, but I think I'll have mine before then. Yeah, he told me what he's sending me yesterday. It's quite a lot. Not as much as other people are buying probably, but quite a lot. It is to the new... Well, I mean, I have to give him the address still. Yeah, the shipping won't be as bad for him since I'll be a good bit closer since they're located in Kentucky. How is this even still worth this? Is that 989? 898? Gotta do it to him. Sell that. Sell that. Gotta clean out some space. Going to South Carolina. Yeah, they did one last inspection of my apartment yesterday as part of the move out. I mean, I've already rated on the East Coast ping. Honestly, it was fine. It literally didn't feel any different. Oh, I'm breaking a contract moving out. I had to break my lease. But honestly, it wasn't that much to break my lease. It was less than I thought it was going to be. Honestly, I'd rather get out of here ASAP. I didn't even want to be here this long. I only stayed here because I had to, because of my fucking mother. Was never a desire to stay where I'm at. Prepared for summer? Yeah. I've had 110-degree muggy summers. This will be muggier, but I've already lived through those in my life. Might be a small shock to the system going back to it because it's been a while. Wait, I lived in fucking Southern California. It's just a drier heat. So yeah, I've had 110-degree humid and 110-degree dry. I'll survive. True story. When I was growing up, I liked it when it was like that. All right. I got that stuff done. Let me do my melds. Looks like 1 crit, 1 direct hit. Do I have those on me? I have this. And I have this. Yes, everything is going to be much cheaper. That and I won't be doing it on my own. Trust me, if the high blood pressure was caused by stress, there's not going to be very much of that anymore. Honestly, I wouldn't even have been stressing financials where I'm living now if not for my mother. Supposedly, I'm supposed to be getting a bunch of money back within the next 30 days at some point. I say supposedly because at this point, I don't trust anything. All right, let's see. Let me just do something real quick. And just see what this ends up looking like. Okay. And then let me grab this. And let me see about sort by interesting. Why can't I see that? Huh, I guess when I sort, it undoes that. Alright.
Blythe Bluebird just subscribed.
Blythe, thanks for the 48 months. Good morning, Kaladin. It's not. It is executionally pretty demanding. The second set of ads is pretty rough for most people, Mystic. The damage can be a little bit more than people are expecting it to be. The positioning for the people on the wall can be a little tough. And also the line of sight sometimes gets people. Oh yeah, my hair is very long now. Not even on purpose, I just haven't cut it. But then everyone keeps telling me that they like my hair. And I'm just like, okay. Even Soup Grandma was like, you gotta keep your hair long, it looks great. I'm like, fuck, dude, everyone wants me to keep it. It was depressing. But you get to listen to the badass song the whole time for M7. Well, I mean, I was going to cut it myself, and then everyone's just like, oh, you know, what's happening? Stop it. Stop doing that. All right. Okay, I need to do this very slowly. I'm doing window capture edits, and as I've learned, for some reason my window capture really doesn't like when I move very quickly through the window capture. So let me do this very slowly. Very slowly. Let me see how that looks. Okay, that should be fine. And then main cam. And then let me put me in the bottom right. Also, very slowly. Although it's not a window capture, I would prefer not to test fate. Okay, perfect. And then chat, also move them very slowly. And now I gotta change the title and maybe throw some background music on. Your sneak skill has increased. Yeah, I haven't taken the time to look at like any of the cards. I've seen a few people like retweet some cards, but that's about it. So I actually want to look at the cards. I want to actually look at them. Yeah, you're right. It probably is still better than bashing your head against ads prog. Let's see. Oh, let me do that. All right, let me do that. Let me adjust my titles and everything. I don't even know what category to put this under on Twitch. I guess it's technically a Let's Chat, isn't it? I could put it under Final Fantasy since I'm only looking at Final Fantasy stuff. Why not? I care more about the Final Fantasy aspect than I care about anything else. And then on... Oh my god! What in the... my chat, like, went... Alright, hold on. I had my alerts turned off. What? Hold on. What the fuck? Those 100... I can't remember the last time I saw 100 gifted subs. Jesus. My chat just bugged the fuck out. I couldn't even load it all. It just, like, posted it all at once. Jesus Christ. That's a lot of stuff. Don't be sorry. I just had to figure it out so I had to figure out what was happening. Jesus Christ. If there's ever a time to start a fucking scam train just to get the emote rewards, it would be now. Poor stream element. Thank you for the 100 subs on top of the fucking tip from earlier. Jesus. That's a lot of subs. Ah, there it is. Avalia trying to get it started here. Before, I guess I'll let that play out before I start doing anything else. Imagine if the spin wheel was active. Oh yeah, I'd be doomed. Look at Aloha in the middle. That's a lot of free emotes. Yeah, it looks like you did get here at a good time. Goodness gracious. Well, no, you wouldn't have heard. I guess...
Mellow_madness just cheered 200 bits.
You don't have to do that, Xanarkand. Nor would I generally advise it. Thank you for the bits. I win. Goodness, thank you for that. Yeah, I figure I'll let the scam train play out before we start reviewing these cards. I'm still trying to adjust my, like, YouTube, excuse me, YouTube titles and stuff anyway. Goodness gracious, that was a lot. Wait, what am I... Going to my live stream, right, that's what I'm doing. Goodness gracious, that was a lot. Holy shit. Yeah, I haven't looked at any of the cards. We'll start going over them once the scam train is done. Well, thanks for the Prime sub. I have to use my Prime sub. Actually, no, I didn't. I think Sophie has my Prime sub. Yeah, I've managed to stay in the dark on most of the cards. I've seen a few artworks, and that's about it. So it'll be my first time looking at most of these. Oh, my God. Thank you for the 100 subs and the bits and then the Prime sub. Goodness.
Chaos,
hello, Gigawatt.
Chaos.
Why, thanks for the gifted sub. Trying to keep my blood pressure down. Haven't seen a single card from Spirits. Oh, yeah, no, that they said it was only mainline games, Ball. Yeah, that works for me, Gronite. I'm gonna kill Chaos. Thank you. Queen's Blood? No, I don't think there's anything Queen's Blood related in there at all. All right, I'm going to let the scam train play out, and then I'm turning my alerts off, and we're going to start looking at the cards. So. Oh, my God.
Here we go. Money talk. Here comes the money. Dollar, dollar. Dollar, dollar. Ching, ching, bling, bling. Cut the chatter. You ain't talking money, then your talking don't matter. Ching, ching, bling, bling. Patent pockets. We make the dollar, dollar. Can a damn soul stop it?
8x Rosa just cheered 10,000 bits. This is an example on how to donate bits.
That fucking bit alert. I very rarely see that bit alert.
Hype train level 5.
It's not level 5. I don't know why. I mean, that's just what she says every time. True story. The name of that voice is very specifically, it's very, very specifically, what's it called? I've already forgot what I was going to say. I've read something on my phone. It's Ivy. Yeah, it's Ivy's voice. I got distracted by my phone. I forgot what I was talking about. Yeah, they said there would be no sequel or main card games. Well, now I have to wait for the scam train to keep going. Goodness gracious. It's gonna set standard on fire. Yeah, no Queen's Blood in there. Any Oilers? Stop. Don't advocate for Oilers on my behalf. Yeah, a tactics card would have been really cool. I mean, Ramza having Shout would have been a pretty cool thing. We would have had another Sid, too. What do you mean, no stop? No stop what? Yeah, but you can't have Ramza, the Oilers. Listen, I said I would let the scam train finish before I started this card review. It's not a main numbered title. You know what I meant, Paul. Is 15 Sids not enough? No. Why would that ever be enough? Need more Sids. Orlando's like one of the best ones, too. It's not time for the level 50 Mayo train. That's not happening. Also, I don't think mayonnaise would be good for my blood pressure. As you can tell, I'm trying to keep the levels of my excitement down. I want to keep my blood pressure down. Water and water and water. I actually drank all my water. Yeah, I'm going to look at the cards on the official site first, and then there's another site that shows recently previewed cards. So we're going to scroll through that and see if we recognize anything new. No, I can still have coffee. I just don't want to overdrink it anymore. Good morning, Axel. The Saga thing is really cool. Although the Odin Saga, people are going to be going for the Odin Saga not too infrequently, I feel. Given that the Odin Saga instantly wins the game if you do it on Chapter 2. Hope the set sells so well. Well, I mean, the Final Fantasy set is the highest selling Magic the Gathering collaborative set already before it's even out. Like, the pre-orders alone have outsold the other... What are they called? The Universe Beyond sets, I think they're called. Universes Beyond. Yeah, it's already the highest selling, even in just pre-orders, it's the highest selling set they've ever released, apparently. That's what I'm being told by the card shop owner. With that, it's probably the highest selling set of all time on top of that. All right, Hype Train die, and then my time. It's the best ever, period. Yeah, I was going to say, because Universe Beyond, I have to imagine, sells better than any traditional set. But yeah, no, it is. It's the highest selling Magic the Gathering set of all time. And it's not even out yet. Which is pretty crazy. And that's with it going to be having at least some unlimited sets. Wizards, Rollman. Yeah, I want to know what the licensing fee is. Singles will be cheaper. Well, if you want to buy boxes, I do have a card shop I'm sponsoring with. They have some Play Booster boxes left, but they don't have any of the other stuff. They're probably going to stock up on more, and they're going to see what their allocations are. But they're also going to be restocking like Commander's decks and things like that too. They're sending me some packs. Actually, that's what I'm going to do for the intro for this, because we're going to post this on YouTube. They are legal for standard. They are legal in standard. Apparently, it's destroying standard because the sets are so good. All right, so I am someone who doesn't know a whole lot about Magic the Gathering. I started learning a little bit a few months ago, but then I got sidetracked, and I haven't really been able to take my time and learn about it as well as I would have liked. But as a Final Fantasy fan, obviously I want to check out the cards and see if they all like kind of match what I would imagine the cards would do. I've stayed in the dark past the PAX East panel. I've seen some artworks and maybe like a card or two description. So I'm not 100. So I'm basically going to this semi-blind to check out all the cards, but I know they posted a bunch of cards here, and they've been posting previews on like random sites, and creators have also been posting like cards that they get to preview. So I have the main site here, and I have a secondary site that lists the recently previewed cards. Like they just kind of compile the cards that other outlets have previewed. So that way we can first look at this, and then I can look at the other site and I can check out some of the other cards that would have been done. And yeah, I'm going to be sponsored to do some pack openings. I'm being sent all 4 Commander decks. I'm being sent a collector's booster box, which is, that's big. I didn't think I was getting one of those. A regular play booster box and a bundle. And I'm going to be doing those pack openings on stream in early June, like probably around June 13th. We're going to figure it out sometime soon. And I am also I'm working with a Kentucky-based local card shop, and they do shipping online. So on Twitch, !cash shop, or cash shop, card shop is the command for that. They only have play booster boxes left right now, and I think they're trying to see if they have allocations for more stuff. But I'll have more information about that when they update it later. I mean, come on, when it comes to it, might as well be !gotcha shop. I mean, that's what cards are. That's what they've been my entire life. So yeah, if you're looking to do some online ordering, you're looking for another outlet, use them. I'll also probably be keeping a link for that handy through other sets. I know they recently stocked the more recent Pokemon set, and they regularly stock all sorts of other stuff. So yeah, it's cool. I'm just working with a card. They're just sending me packs, and I'm gonna open the packs, and I promote them, and I really want them to do well because I mean, LCSs are kind of like, it's funny when I think LCS, I think of League of Legends, but LCSs are like tough, man. I mean, it kind of helps that cards are such a like. It's kind of like an investment like people treat it like real life NFTs now, you know, like people who collect cards. So it's a better position, but still being a brick and mortar card shop is really tough now. So to work with a local card shop versus maybe Wizards of the Coast directly or something like that, something I actually prefer to do. I think it's a lot more engaging and interesting. And also I wasn't sure if I'd be able to buy any packs for this. So it's kind of nice for me because now I get to do my pack opening, and then I can get addicted, and we can just do regular ones. We'll see. I am also, when I do my pack openings, I am going to have commander deck giveaways. One of each of the commander decks. I'll probably do 4 separate giveaways, and I'll specifically say giving away this commander. So that way there's no confusion. I don't want people being able to pick which commander deck they want and then having to give away the excess. But yeah, I am going to have some commander decks to give away as well. But commander decks, mind you, I think they are going to be unlimited reprints for the next 3 years was what I remember reading. I read that earlier today. So if you don't get the commander deck right on release, it's probably not too bad. But either way, if you can win it for free, why, wait to buy it? But if you do decide to buy it, be sure to check the card shop in the Twitch command. So I want to look at these cards. I actually want to sort them kind of by which Final Fantasies. Like I want to look at Final Fantasy 1, then 2, then 3, then 4. So, I want to go through the list one at a time. So I already flagged Final Fantasy 1 here on the left ahead of time. So these are really the only 2 cards that I've seen. I'm just getting my chat ready over here. And so, yeah, curious. So I think these are the ones we've seen. We saw White Mage's Staff. We saw the job select stuff during the PAX East panel. This one in particular, we already saw. So equipped creature gets 1/1. Whenever this creature attacks, you gain 1 life. Not too wild about that. It's a pretty standard card. Phoenix Down, on the other hand, that's, I'd assume. So exile this artifact at the cost of, looks like 1 white, and choose 1. Return target creature card with mana value of 4 or less from the graveyard to the battlefield. So I actually really like the detail. This is really good. See, this is the kind of flavor that I want from these sets. So 2 things about this. One, the second thing, exile target skeleton, spirit, or zombie. I mean, that's classic. That's a really classic way to kill undead in Final Fantasy. I mean, that's a D&D thing as a whole, but that's a common use for Phoenix Downs. But the first part's interesting because it specifically limits the mana value to being 4 or less. So that means you can't exile a super powerful card. When you Phoenix Down someone in Final Fantasy, they don't come back at full health. So this is kind of the equivalent of that, of it being of them not coming back at full health. By limiting the mana, it's kind of achieving the same thing in terms of flavor. So that's exactly the kind of stuff that I want to see. We have the Black Mage Rod. We know that's the job select. We saw that during the other thing as well. Non-creature spell. This creature deals 1 damage to each opponent and is a wizard in addition to its other types. I think the Final Fantasy 9 cards we saw, the Boston thing, I liked the idea of pairing this with that, even if it wasn't too egregious. We've got Warrior Sword. So this is a job select we didn't see. Equipped creature gets +3/+2 and is a warrior. Equip 5 attached to a target creature you control. Equip only as a sorcery. Interesting. So that's an additional text. This is only equip 3. Now, because I'm not a Magic the Gathering person, when it says equip 5, I'm assuming that is attached to a target creature you control. So somebody who is Magic the Gathering, what is that at the bottom specifically referring to with the number? I assume it's mana, but is it saying that it's equipping to a creature with 5 mana? Is it just saying, okay, pay 5 mana? Okay, it's effectively the cost. Cost 5 mana to equip it. So that's pretty mana intensive, because is this not 3 mana already to play on top of that? That's a really high cost. I can't imagine paying 5 mana. To any creature you control. Okay. It's 4 mana. Yeah, that's a steep. I can't imagine ever. I can't imagine a game getting to the point where you could play this unless you were mana cheating in some capacity. Yeah, 3 generic, 1 red, and then 5 to actually. Oh God, no, I don't even think a game would last that long in most cases. Dragon of Mount Golg is a reprint of Ancient Copper Dragon. So this effect is based on the so this I learned when they did the initial preview. If it has this text underneath it, that means it's a reprint of an existing card, so it just has that card's effect. So this is just cool artwork for a card that already exists. Then we have Town Greeter. This creature enters, mill 4 cards. I'm a big fan of mill decks. I'm a big fan of stall and mill. I feel like I would be a blue player more than anything, but I like the idea of either milling out someone's deck or milling out my own deck to play from the graveyard. But at the same time, I'm definitely more of a stall player. So that would be fun. When this creature enters, mill 4 cards. You may put a land card from among them into your hand. If you put a town card into your hand this way, you gain 2 life. I mean, that's interesting. I mean, I guess if you're milling your own deck for other reasons and you want a chance playing that, I mean, it's a 1 mana. It's a 1 mana 1. I'm sorry, it's a 2 mana 1/1. You would probably want to have searched your library and made sure there was a land, even if you're very likely to pull a land. So I'd assume you'd only play that if you were doing that in combination with something that could guarantee you were pulling I guess the town is whatever, but if you'd only play that if pulling from a land. There's another reprint over here. We saw that one during the preview. Garland we saw initially as well, so this isn't new. We already looked at this a few months ago. We've got artifacts, treasure token, sacrifice this token, add 1 mana of any color. Well, that's pretty cool. And then these are just, I'm assuming, 4 different versions of it because they all do full art, full art, full art, full art. Okay, that's a lot of treasure. Land, starting town. So towns, if I recall correctly from the panel, they said towns are an entirely new thing, right? It's like a subtype of land that they haven't done before. Well, there's a lot of reasons to mill yourself in a lot of card games. Most of my old card game knowledge comes from Yu-Gi-Oh, not Magic. But listen, if you tell me I get to mill a bunch of cards in Yu-Gi-Oh, I'm gonna get excited. So in Magic, yes, I'm gonna assume milling a bunch of cards is gonna be a thing. Okay, so starting town, land town. This land enters tapped unless it's your first, second, or third turn of the game. Interesting. Pay 1 life, add 1 mana of. Oh. That doesn't have a once. Wait, okay. Is that symbol? What does the symbol mean? I forget what the symbol means. Does that mean on tap? Okay, that means on tap. All right. I was like, wait a minute. That's not a once for a turn clause. But okay. So there's got to be a combo where you untap this and you can just keep paying life to add mana. I've got to assume you can tap it for 1 colorless or tap it and pay 1 life. Okay, because I was imagining you just tap this nonstop to just spam mana if you if you have some sort of combo that just lets you either tap it or just pay the life nonstop. Very few cards on tap lands. That would be insane. Apparently, there's already some infinites people have been talking about. Noctis apparently can loop an infinite for an OTK. There's a few other OTKs. I've only read a few details about them. A lot of land untappers are in green. Yeah, that's interesting. And the other tap is add 1 color. Yeah, you either add a colorless or you pay 1 life to add 1 mana of any color. Okay, that's interesting. It doesn't hurt you for the colorless mana and lets you get any color. Yeah, that's pretty neat. I like the idea of them adding us. It's cool that they actually added subsets of types of things for Final Fantasy, the sagas, the towns. It means that the actual the Gathering, game standard is going to be nonsense. It's really cool that they did that to kind of match the flavor of the Final Fantasy stuff. So I actually kind of like that. Tap for colorless, pay 1 life plus tap to get any color. Yeah, that's paying 1 life is nothing. If you're getting a color of something that you need, paying life is a resource. So as long as it's not your last life and it gets a part of a combo and it's a kill, that's pretty cool. And then they also have a basic land, which is just the mountain land, the fire land over there, which just looks really cool. Okay, so that's all the preview they have here. Now, mind you, I'm looking through this first, and I have another site that has every other card. So I'm just doing this in this order just because it's easier for me to understand. So Firion, we've already seen whenever you cast an aura, equipment, or vehicle, spell, draw a card. That's this Firion we've seen before too, I'm pretty sure. The SRAM Senior Edificer. We also have Emperor Hell Tyrant. This is just a Yugamoth. These are just artwork. I'm not going to try to judge these because their flavor is not going to be as important because they're reprints. So like these, on the other hand, like Fury and Wild Rose Warrior, this we've seen. These are all the reprints of this. I thought their official site would have more of the cards on them because they did a live stream of all the preview. Maybe we should just go to the other site and look through all of those and not really care about looking. I mean, we saw Commune with Beavers during the live stream, so that's one that we that's one that we know. They reveal an artifact, creature, or land card from among them and put it in your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library. Yeah, it just pushes them towards the bottom. Commune with Beavers, the multicolor Emperor of Palamecia. So I'm trying to think, are they going to go with this Dissidia playstyle here? Add water or fire. So on tap, add water or fire. Spend this mana only to cast a non-creature spell. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 4 mana was spent, put a +1/+1 counter on the Emperor. And then if it has 3 or more +1/+1 counters, transform it. And then that transforms it into... does this flip it if I do it right here? No. Oh, yeah, here it is. There's the flip. I knew there was a flip button somewhere. Lord Master of Hell. Yeah, I don't remember what these said from the event. Whenever the Lord Master of Hell attacks, it deals X damage to each opponent, where X is the number of non-creature, non-land cards in your goal. So about those milled that. So is anyone just gonna mill themselves into oblivion and just completely? I mean, that's interesting. Since we've already been talking about how much we like mill decks, I like the idea of being able to get that. The big thing is so you would well, I guess, yeah, the transform, as long as you can get, you need to get 3 counters. I'd assume you'd have to combo him to untap multiple times to even get to this in a single turn. So I assume that's what you'd have to. The big thing is getting to the flip. Yeah. Okay, well, since I don't know enough about the other things, you'd have to untap 3 times and to do any sort of 1-turn comp. The idea of him surviving 3 turns naturally is just straight up not happening. So, unless maybe you're playing blue and you're protecting it, but I don't think so. But yeah, I mean, maybe, because he is blue. He is blue and red, so that's interesting. We've got one of the Sid. I forgot to read what the Sid cards did when they were counting them out. Artifact creatures and heroes you control get +1/+1 for each artificer you control and each artificer card in your graveyard. A deck can have any... Now, I know every Sid has the same description, which is why it's really funny. Deck can have any number of cards named Sid, Timeless Artificer. I can't wait to see the all Sids deck. Control get plus for each artificer you're controlling. That's the thing. You can just mill a bunch of them and then you have nothing but Sids. I just imagine you milling like a ton of Sids and just building the ultimate Sid. Just 100 Sids in a deck. That's so funny. And then cycling, discard this card, draw a card at the cost of 1 white, 1 blue. Okay, that's nice. And then this is just the extended art for that one. Swamp, basic land, black mana. All right. Yeah, I wonder if I should just look at because there's so many more cards than what they're previewing here. So the other card site I had was this one. I saw someone retweet this one, so I just grabbed it real quick. And it has recently previewed cards, and then it has everything else. So instead of looking at, I guess I could sort them by sorting them by name isn't really worth it. And this doesn't let me sort by Final Fantasy. That's the only downside to this one. But either way, I guess we could just look at these because these are, I think we'll get a better idea looking at every single one that's available here. And then I like how there's already price points on these. Well, there's none on these, but no, never mind. There are some on. How do you know what price? I'm sure it's just pulling from someone online who's trying to like pre-sell because they're just gonna be there's gonna be opening 1 billion packs. It's such a weird idea. All right, let's see. How do we go about doing this? I guess we do that. No, that's not it. Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't just pull up a larger image of it, but I can just read through the cards. That's fine. They have all of them sorted by color. On the Wizard site, this is the official Magic the Gathering site. Why would it not have? Because it doesn't look like it has every single thing, unless maybe I have to like sort it by something else here. Scryfall is a good site for cards. Yeah, I know. But that's the thing. I wanted to look at it by Final Fantasy, and I'm pretty sure they previewed more than 3 Final Fantasy 2 cards. That's the thing. Let me check this other. Yeah, no, I'm here. Oh, no, they have a completely different. Yeah, because that's every white. Because I was going to go by Final Fantasy. The official Wizard site is a day behind. Yeah, but I thought they previewed these earlier. Because I see the Final Fantasy card image. Maybe they just didn't update this site, but they have the other one. Because this looks, what you have here looks a little different than what I have. Maybe there's just not a lot of Final Fantasy 2 cards. Maybe that's really all it is. Maybe there's just not a whole lot of Final Fantasy 2 cards that they're previewing just yet. Because, like, let me see if I sort what you just linked me to Final Fantasy. Yeah, they're just not previewing. There's just not a lot of Final Fantasy 2 cards previewed. Because I think what I'm thinking is they previewed all the commander decks officially, and Final Fantasy 2 doesn't have a commander deck. That's why there's not. We're just going to keep going with this. We're fine. That's the only reason why there was so few. Was because they really only did the extensive previews for the commander decks, and then individual like creators and outlets are getting to preview random other cards from like other things. So that it makes sense is why there's not really a whole lot of stuff. That's why. Okay. Okay. Crystals chosen. This is Final Fantasy 3. Create 4 1/1 colorless hero tokens and put a +1/1 counter on each creature you control. I mean, that sounds good, but man, that's 7 mana to play that. 4 colorless here. See, that's like, I can't even imagine using that without having extensive knowledge. I mean, again, great flavor in terms of Final Fantasy 3. It makes the colorless heroes because, you know, they're basically jobless at that point. So them being colorless makes sense. You know, the Wind Crystal initially picking the Onion Knights themselves. You know, you do your jobs after that. Then put a +1/+1 counter. The +1/+1 on each creature control is fine. That just seems like a really generic, like maybe draft card or something like that. I can't imagine really building much around that. We saw Darkness Crystal. We saw this one. Black spells you cast cost 1 less mana. See, I like that. That's something. This is what, 4 mana to play, 2 any, 2 black. Is that a cost of 6 down there? Yeah, that's a cost of 6 for the last bit. So if a non-token creature an opponent controls would die, instead exile it and you gain 2 life. I mean, I guess if you're using life as a resource, which I guess you are if you're playing black anyway. So there's that. Yeah, it's 6 mana. Put target creature exiled with the Darkness Crystal onto the battlefield, tapped under your control, 2 additional +1/+1. That's a lot of mana. I mean, maybe I just don't have a good enough grasp on how you would get that mana that quickly in that game to see what you would really do with the Darkness Crystal. Darkness Crystal is not one I would really hold much expectation to flavor either. This feels like more like it just kind of is fit into a dark deck. Because the way that the dark crystals work, like Final Fantasy III's dark crystals are not ultra important. Like you walk up to them, you fight a boss, a warrior of darkness walks up, says, "I got this," and then you walk away from it. So that's about it. It's probably unplayable in Commander. Yeah. Nothing too exciting. Item Shopkeep. Whenever you attack, target attacking equipped creatures gains menace until the end of the turn. It can't be blocked except by 2 or more creatures. Oh, that's pretty cool. For not that expensive of a card, it's 2 mana, 2/2. Target attack equipped creature gains menace until the end of the turn. Yeah, I could see some good use for that. Sideboard staple, ramp up to 6 mana without too much trouble with stuff like treasure generators. Okay. Yeah, it's just a matter of how long the games themselves actually end up lasting to ramp up. The big thing is that anything that messes with graveyards or exile piles, I tend to think I don't have a good grasp on them, because you need to understand everything your game does with the graveyard or the exile pile. And if you don't, you fundamentally can only assume that anything messing with it, you should just assume it's good by default and then get told otherwise, is my general experience with anything that messes with a graveyard or exile or banish or whatever pile on the side. It's true in Yu-Gi-Oh! I have to assume it's true here as well. There's Sid again. Xande, he has menace, can't be blocked. Seems to be a trend here. Xande gets +1/+1 for each non-creature, non-land card in your graveyard. Well, back to the mill, I guess. 4 mana to play. 4 mana, 3/3. So you'd really have to have milled a decent bit for him to be doing work with the +1/+1. So, I mean, but then can't be blocked except by 2 or more creatures is if he's a wall, if he himself has a bunch of counters on him, could see that being a pretty simple play. It's the Crystal Tower boss. Adventurers Inn they previewed. I think this is the one town card they previewed. Tapped, add any mana. When this land enters, gain 2 life. I mean, okay, sure. You just get 2 life and then you tap it for colorless. Sure, I like it. He's huge. Same with Sid. Yeah, no, I know all the Sids are the same effect. They just have different artworks. That's why I can just skip right past them. Ghost Vacuum, I want to like it. It could fit, just stiff competition. Yeah, I mean, there's so many years worth of cards that, anything that's standard legal, without me knowing what those do, I can only see an effect and try to think about how it is played with the other cards I've already read in the set, which means I'm never going to have an accurate read on it at the end of the day. Then you have their basic land. All right, so we're moving out of 3 and moving into 4. Rosa, hey, what's up? Reach, this creature can block creatures with flying. I like that. She is a 4 mana 2/3. That's a lot. Beginning of combat on your turn, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. It gains lifelink until the end of the turn. I mean, I'm not wild about that. I'm not a big... I have no grasp on the value of lifelink. I like it in theory. Like, when I'm growing up, I would always try to set up, like, in RPGs I played, like, that kind of... how do I put it? That kind of, like, set where I would out-sustain opponents. I kind of just, like, liked it. But as I've gotten older and the more RPGs I've played, I've cared less and less about stuff like that. And that kind of carries over for me to card games where it's like, would I include a card that has lifelink on it? Like, would I care that much? Like, maybe there's like a time where I'd like think it's playable or like I want to play it and it gives me life that I'm going to use. Like, for me, I almost imagine it in a sense where it's like, I'd almost ironically want it in like a black deck where I'm spending my life anyway. And then I get a big creature and I pull a bunch of life back and then I use it. So for me, that's kind of like the only way I think of it from someone who has no game knowledge whatsoever. But it's tough. So yeah, so it seems like I was chat pretty much confirmed that that's how you would use it in a black-white deck. So I'm glad that I at least picked up on that. I'm glad that I immediately picked up that I would probably want to use that in a black-white deck. Because like that's immediately what I was thinking. Like I would want to spend life. I would want to gain life if my deck was built around spending life. And so a black deck makes sense. So you run black-white, and that goes straight. Well, okay, I'm glad that I at least pick up on. I'm glad I at least somewhat picked up on the exact type of deck that it would go into, because that's the only place I could really personally make sense of a card like that. It's just getting a whole bunch. Because I mean, if your life is a resource and you can generate your resource for just playing a simple, yeah, you're gonna want to do that. Like. We have the Cecil here. Yeah, I remember what Cecil does. We checked out that preview. You know, you lose that much life when he deals damage. Pairs well with Rosa, who we just had. Makes total sense. Then if your life total is less than or equal to half your starting life, untap Cecil, and that's when he becomes Paladin mode. Yeah, we just saw Kane as well. Jump during your turn. Kane has flying only during your turn. Whenever Kane deals combat damage, that player gains control of Kane. If they do, you draw that many cards, create that many tapped treasure tokens, and then lose that much life. Yeah, that's really interesting. That's like something, again, that without a lot of grasp, if you're going to give your opponent a card to draw a bunch of cards and then lose all that life, those treasure tokens have to be paying some sort of dividend, especially while they're tapped. I'm really curious how that ends up actually pairing with existing cards. Also, the artwork on the right. I know it's a little cut off here. I can actually undo that slightly. I had to do it very slowly because my OBS has been on the fritz as of late. So let me do that. And let me do that. So that way it's at least fully on the screen right here. And then we have the full art for Cecil. We have the other art. We have the other art for Kane. These we've all seen. And then it's going to come down to, okay, there's Sid again. We know what Sid does. Copy. This token can be used to represent a copy of something else. That's perfectly fine. Mountain, basic land. Oh, wait. Oh, that's right. I got to flip the... We already read... I mean, to be fair, I don't need to preview Cecil. Cecil was previewed ages ago. But he has lifelink. Whenever he attacks, other creatures gain indestructible. So, yeah, and then he gives indestructible to Rosa or somebody else. Or I mean, to be fair, the idea lore-wise is that Cecil benefits from Rosa's effect. But then once he transforms, he can protect Rosa. Like, the idea works because it's cover. You know, it's protect, cover. That's his basic ability at that point. But yeah, I get it, but like I don't even know that I probably wouldn't be that focused on combining Rosa and even if they work together technically, there's going to be something else out there that's going to be way better for him to protect and make sure that it's indestructible on its turn. That's at least that's how I imagine it. So yeah, these are mostly the same cards already previewed. So Final Fantasy V, Evil Reawakened. I like that. Tonberry was already previewed. We saw that one a few months ago. Return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield with 2 additional +1/+1s. It's 5 mana to do that. Sorcery speed. Caliph, it's good to see you again. That's messed up. Bring him back. Yeah, and then it's got +2/+2 on it, which is... not bad. Again, I don't really know the rate at which you can generate that much mana to bring one creature back from the graveyard. I'd assume that it's mildly okay, but I'd need other cards to compare it to. You imagine return target. It also has no limit on the type of target creature. It's just any target creature. So if you mill something really strong and you pull it back, I'd imagine that would probably work pretty well. Gilgamesh, when we read this during the preview, I didn't really know what to think of it. Whenever Gilgamesh enters or attacks, look at the top 6 cards of your library, which I like that. You may put any number of equipment cards from among them onto the battlefield. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. When you put one or more equipment onto the battlefield, you may attach one of them to a samurai you control. So yeah, obviously he's the samurai. I mean, here's the thing. I imagine because you could do as many as you want. If you pull 5 equipment cards... I guess I need to know what all the different equipments, like there's probably specific equipments that you would want to potentially pull out or to reach for when you do something like that. And maybe there's other cards to pull the equipment that you want into, if there's sorcery speed for reanimations, they're nearly unplayable. Unfortunate. That's fine. That's what I'm here to learn. But I guess it's a matter of what the individual equipment spells do. Yeah, you attach only one of them. You would just pull them onto the battlefield and equip. When you put one or more, well, you may put any number of equipment cards from among them onto the battlefield. Put the rest on the bottom of your library. When you put one or more equipment on the field, you may attach one of them to a samurai you control. Oh, yeah. You're only actually equipping one of them. So I wonder what would be the point in pulling them all out, though. I guess because then you're just showing your. I guess if you're going to the top of your library, you might as well be doing that anyway. But I guess it's a matter of you would probably want to have something to put a particular one on the top of your deck, and then go from there. I mean, there's going to be equipments here. We've already seen things like the Buster Sword and whatnot. Equipments that enter and attach themselves. That makes sense. Yeah, if there clearly are. Equipments that automatically equip themselves upon entering that don't require the second effect work pretty well. And then any you do pull that don't have that, you can just attach them anyway. And then you can just pay. Yeah, you could always. It's whenever he enters or attacks. And also I noticed that it doesn't have a once per turn on that. So that means that theoretically you're doing this twice in one turn. So when he enters, you would want to pull on a weapon to him that he wants for the battle phase that would give him some sort of advantage in combat phase. And then when he attacks, he's going to pull. Oh, he doesn't have haste. That's right. You would have to give him haste. Yeah. I mean, you can easily give him haste. Potentially, you could pull a bunch, but that's a lot. You probably wouldn't even want to pull that many. You would probably, if anything. I mean, here's the thing. I guess if you pulled a weapon that had haste and then gave it to him and then he went immediately, you could have that. And then weapons that create samurai. So yeah, there's actually a few things. And he's 6 mana 6/6. That seems pretty good. I don't know. It sounds pretty good to me. 6 mana 6/6 for potentially a lot of synergy with equipment decks, warrior decks, extra combats. Yeah, you can just constantly kind of search through. God, I wonder. I guess I'm trying to think of like different types of weapons there would be, or different things you could pull that could just give him lots of combats all in one turn. Because if he has tons of combats in one turn, or you can like, and then you give him something with lifelink along the way, that could be interesting to say the least. One creature with 6 equipments. That's him. Yeah, so if he's got a lot of way to get extra combat steps by pulling the equipment, that would be really, really interesting. Also creating a lot of bodies. Red is the color of extra combat steps. Well, then there you go. I think that's kind of the point with him, I guess, is just to create a ton of combat steps back to back by just pulling equipment cards out of your deck. Okay, that's interesting. That's a lot learned there. We saw this one as well. I mean, we saw all the Chocobo cards that go along with this. Each other bird you control deals damage equal to its power to target creature. Just, I can already see, like, I don't even know much about the other bird cards other than Chocobo, but I can already tell there's something very dangerous being brewed right here. They just enter. And then on top of that, if you have a bunch of birds, I mean, he's effectively no mana. The spell costs 1 less mana for each bird you control. I'd imagine that you probably just quite literally stampede them. You just create like a ton of like bird tokens, or just pull a bunch of bird cards onto the field, and then this becomes 0 mana 4/3 if you have enough birds. That you just yeah, they can only target, so it would be a board wipe more than only 1 target. All right, well then you'd really just be stampeding 1, unless you could return. I mean, I guess then it depends. I don't know what the feasibility is of getting this, bouncing this back to. What's the odds of you being able to bounce this back to your hand? Only the 3 goes down to 0. Okay, so then it's still 2. Okay, because I was wondering about bouncing this back to your hand and then playing it again, and then using that as like a means of dealing with a board wipe and then attacking during the combat step. Not worth the bounce, just kill into 1. Yeah, I guess just use it as removal, just a basic removal. It's a non-combat removal. It's a non-combat removal. Non-combat removal, does that go around indestructible? Or just indestructible only? Does only exiling get around indestructible? I'm sorry. Bouncing also gets around indestructible too. Bouncing and exiling. Would a card effect like this go around indestructible? I'd assume I don't know not indestructible. Okay, so you would want to bounce or exile to take care of indestructible, because that's the problem with Absolute Virtue. This wouldn't stop indestructible. Okay, reducing toughness to 0 or below gets around indestructible. It says it deals damage, not goes to. Okay, so that's the important thing, was understanding how that worked. Because I do want to actually understand how these cards interact with each other. It makes the cards more exciting when I understand how they interact with each other. So this is important. I really need to make sure I'm learning this stuff. Even if I'm not planning on playing, I'd rather learn it than not learn it. Indestructible is only circumvented by -1/1 counters or exile instead of destroy. What about bouncing? Wouldn't do the trick there either? Because I know that Absolute Virtue's weakness is that he can just be bounced, for example. And I know he's not. I don't think he's labeled as indestructible. Bouncing removes it. Yes. Okay, that works as well. Okay. Stunning and not. Don't worry. I know what you meant. I knew you meant stunning. For sacrifice. Yeah, that's the -1/1 counters. Force the person to recast it. Yeah, Absolute Virtue. You just. Oh, okay. He only has the protections for that. I misunderstood what the Absolute Virtue card did then. And there's Sid again. There's Sid and there's a swamp. Okay, let's go to Final Fantasy VI. Now, there should be a lot more cards previewed in 6 because they actually went over the commander stuff. Moogles with lifelink. Moogle's Valor. For each creature you control, create a 1/2 Moogle token. That's on the left with lifelink. Then creatures you control gain indestructible until end of... Oh, that's pretty cool. 5 mana for that. So I don't know. Thanks, Moogles. We're in your debt. Again, don't know the feasibility of it. But again, another black-white deck card. It seems to be the case for this one. And especially because those are creature tokens. So they're not non-creature tokens. So they're creature tokens instead of non-creature. So most of the cards we've been reading up to this point had effects that worked with non-creatures. So this is a little bit different than that. So I have to keep an eye out for things that work with creature tokens. Yeah, because you'd really want to be buffing creature tokens in this case. Phoenix Down, that's the same as the one from Final Fantasy 1. Can't help but notice, same card. Lifelink, that's a lot of Moogles. And there's the alternate art for Mughals Valor. And then we've got Coin of Fate. When this artifact enters Surveil 1 for 4 mana, 3 and 1 white, on tap, exile 2 creature cards from your graveyard, sacrifice this artifact, an opponent chooses one of the exiled cards. You put that card on the bottom of your library and return the other to the battlefield tapped. You become the monarch. Okay, so a couple things. So I can clearly see the potential use for this, even though it's got a pretty steep cost. The Surveil 1 is fine. Okay. Obviously, if you're playing the second effect, you sound like you're obviously giving them 2 really bad choices for things that you've already milled. The mono white guy deck, just spam the field and then buff them with enchantments. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I guess if you have an army of lifelink, then it doesn't matter if life is if you don't need to use life as your resource because you just have a ton of health anyway. But you become the monarch. Is that flavor? Is anyone who plays Magic the Gathering, is that flavor? Or is monarch a mechanic? What is monarch? What is the monarch? An ability in this set. It's a gameplay it's a gameplay mechanic specific for this set. So Magic players just learned about it too. If you are the monarch, you draw a card. You draw a card at the end of the step. Okay, monarch. Oh no, it's a real competitive mechanic. Okay, it's an ability in this. Okay, it's on cards elsewhere here. Okay, someone attacks you, they get monarch. Command. Okay, it's a commander mechanic. Okay, so not a standard mechanic. The end of your step, you draw a card. Now it's all making sense. So I'll just keep an eye out for other cards that say if you're the monarch. Effect on whatever. Yeah, monarch draws a card at the end of the turn, and then if they attack you, they steal the monarch. All right. Okay, we've got that down. That's important. That's one of the few things that isn't explained on the card, so I had to make sure I understood. Because like most other effects like lifelink and stuff, they actually explained it on the card. So this one was tough. And this is part of the commander deck. These ones, so it makes sense that's a commander mechanic. This spell costs 1 less to... Okay, so we've got Xian, who's 7 mana. But he costs 1 less to cast for each creature card in your... Oh, so he's like, if you're playing him, he's probably 1 mana. He's got double strike, and whenever 1 or more creature cards leave your graveyard, put a +1... Oh, so when they leave your graveyard. So if you either pull them back out of your graveyard after you summon him and put them on the field, or if you exile them, he could probably get a lot of counters really easily. I could see a lot of work. Yes. Yeah. Him and Gilgamesh together would be very interesting. Although you would definitely want to make sure that you have I guess you don't need to have him cost 1 mana. You can have him cost 2 or 3 if he gets onto the field. He's a 3/3 at the very least. So it's probably a break point where he becomes worth it. But yeah, I mean, I could easily see how you would quickly get a lot of counters back onto him. Okay. I like that. It's interesting, though, because when I think of him as a character, I don't really... I guess this doesn't really make sense with how he works in the game, or at least I don't see it. I mean, I guess it's going for the vengeful part and less for how his actual game mechanics work. Cost 1 for each creature card in your graveyard. Yeah, because, like, that's not really how... I guess that's what the double strike is for. Give him lifelink. Yeah, because he gets to attack twice per turn. So if he has lifelink, then, he's going to be A-okay in pretty much every regard. All right, we have General Leo. General Leo looking fabulous right there. When General Leo Christoph enters, return up to 1 target creature card with... Okay, there we go. Return up to 1 target creature card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard, then put a +1/+1 counter on General Leo for each creature you control. Yeah, so I mean, if you had Cyan on the field and then you had General Leo on the field after, and then he pulls the cards out of the graveyard, then you start putting +1/+1s on him and +1/+1s on... Okay, there you go. Now it makes sense. There's a bit of the combo that we were referring to. I don't know how... I mean, he's 5 mana, and when he enters, he only does it... once, and then so he only gets it on enter. You can't do it on attack, so unless you were bouncing him, you wouldn't want to bounce him. So it's not really a looping effect, but at least there's a synergy between the two. Yeah, they're all, I mean, that's kind of the big thing. The Final Fantasy VI set is based, it's funny that the Final Fantasy VI set is themed around the second half of the game because, pretty tough to do a Leo card in that case. Anyway. Pretty tough to do a Leo card when you're basing it on the second half of the game. But, you know, I see the synergy and the idea because they're going for the whole bringing your party back revival bit like you do in the World of Ruin. I know that's what they're doing. Artifact creature Angel of Ruin. I like how it's just a part of the tower at this point. When this creature enters, exile up to 2 target artifacts and or enchantments. And then it's got plane cycling for 2 mana. Discard this card. Search your library for a planes card. Reveal it. Put it in your hand. Then shuffle. Interesting. It's a 7 mana 5/7 with flying. Exile 2 artifacts and or enchantments. So I'd assume that, so on top of obviously you could get rid of your opponent's artifacts or enchantments. I'd assume there are artifacts or enchantments that you could have in a deck, for example, in a black-white deck, where on removal, they have some sort of effect. Thus, you would actually choose to exile your own things as well. I always assume that when it looks like you should be using it on your opponent, that there's almost always a reason you would use it on yourself, more so. I generally imagine that more often than not, an effect that a casual player reads, you would do that. Then reanimate it. Discard this card, search your life. Yeah, because then you're just constantly, if you're reanimating this card, you're getting the exile effect multiple times and then pulling a plane multiple times as long as you have the mana for the plane cycling to put it back into the hand. Yeah, remove enchantment on your creature. Yeah, sometimes you do want sometimes you want removal. But when I think of combos that people do in card games, more often than not, you control all the pieces to the combo. Deal with a devil type card. Very few things trigger on exile. Okay. I wasn't sure about, that's why I was more so leaning towards when it leaves the field, more so than being exiled specifically. Generally, yeah, I mean, do you just use it as a mass removal for artifacts or enchantments if you're reanimating it? Plus picking up the plains cards. Yeah, I guess this is the big thing, is that this is not standard anymore. This is commander, so that's a decent bit to have to learn. Cycling and cheating it back out. Lots of removal then. Palace Jailer. When this creature enters, you become the monarch. We know what that does now. When this creature enters, exile target creature an opponent controls until an opponent becomes the monarch. That's interesting. I mean, I guess if you just need the removal for the moment, yeah, that's interesting because it's a temporary removal. Because as soon as they become the monarch again, they get to pull that card back out of the exile pile. So, I mean, if you're fighting for the monarch, then that makes sense. It's a matter of, can you preserve the monarch with some sort of protection? Can you preserve it in some sort of reasonable capacity to make sure the removal sticks? Or is it very likely they're just going to get that card back when they become the monarch and then there's no point? As long as it's not a card that gets something on entering, because I would assume that when they become the monarch, that creature is considered entering the battlefield again, which means if they have an on-enter effect, it would be very, very bad. Yeah, you have to be able to protect your life points. Your life points. Well, I mean, yeah, it's life, and they are points. Obviously, the Yu-Gi-Oh! And me can't help but call them that. It's combat damage. They don't have to... Yeah, no, they don't have to kill... I'm just saying they have to become the monarch. I just wonder what the effectiveness of removal until they become the monarch actually is in a practical scenario. That's the big thing. Very hard to hold monarch. Yeah, it's interesting. I guess I just don't know the practicality of that player becoming the monarch again very easily. Sun Titan. Okay, creature, giant, vigilance. Whenever this creature enters or attacks, you may return target permanent card with mana value 3 or less to the graveyard to the battlefield. That just makes sense for the type of commander deck that it is. Vigilance. I forgot what vigilance does. Vigilance. It's one of the effects they forced me to review when I was playing early arena, and it says it won't tap when attacking. No tap on attack. Okay, that's what it is. Yeah, because I remember because I played a little bit of MTG Arena to try to pick some of this stuff up, and I had to read all those cards and figure out what they did. Does not tap when attacking. Okay. Enters or attacks. Doesn't have haste, but at least it gets an on-enter effect. 6 mana, though. Tragic Arrogance. I like how that's you beating the final boss, basically. For each player, you choose from among the permanents that player controls an artifact, a creature, an enchantment, and a planeswalker. Then each player sacrifices all other non-land permanents they control. That's interesting. So somebody said the commander is generally played between 4 players. So all 4 players just get to pick one of each thing, and then all else is sacrificed. At least the player gets to pick. It's like it's a big. It's not a full board. It's not a full board reset or full board wipe, but at least it pulls everyone back into even footing. It's not a full wipe, but a wipe. No, you pick. For each, oh no, it does say you choose from among the. Oh yeah, so you could use that to get around indestructibles and stuff too, since it's a sacrifice, and the lands all stay. All other non-land permanents, yeah, and they get to keep all the land. So that means it's going to be nonsense the next turn. Interesting. Just it's a very unique removal because sacrifice probably doesn't just go around indestructible. That's one of the big things that takes a lot for me to get down. Every different game has its own different forms of removal. Generally, bouncing and defeating in combat are like really easy ones, but sometimes there's like keywords that go around different forms of removal. So like something can have like protection against a targeted removal, but if it's a non-targeted removal, like if it just hits everything, it actually doesn't. Like there's all sorts of weird things that it could be depending on the card game. Yeah, beats indestructible and protection. So yeah, good way to get around someone who's got a lot of protection. So it's actually pretty good. That's 5 mana. It seems pretty good to me. Now I got blue cards, 3 blue cards. Realms Sketching. Create a token that's a copy of a target artifact, creature, or land. I like that. I could see all 3 of those being quite useful in a lot of scenarios, especially in a blue deck. Oh, man, that's going to be... It's funny because I just realized, oh, man, it's in a blue deck, too. That's going to be torture on somebody if they just copy. They just copy it. Oh, man, yeah, that's going to be a fun one. Retrieve the Esper. Yeah, and it's not limited to your stuff. It's any target, but, you know. Let's see. 3, any, 1 water. Create a 3/3 blue robot warrior artifact creature token. Then if this spell was cast from a graveyard, put 2+1. Interesting. Flashback, you may cast this card from your graveyard for its flashback cost, then exile it. Okay. You could just build a big robot. It's a lot of mana. It's 6 mana to do the flashback on top. Well, I mean, it's 6 mana to play it from the graveyard and 4 mana to play it directly onto the field. So, I guess, yeah, because you would play it, then send it to the graveyard, then flashback. Okay, there it is. And then Terra, this is a reprint. I don't have a full grasp on that one of what the odds of doing that are. There's a lot of black cards in here. You can cheat casting it from you. That's true. You don't have to flashback it if there's... I hadn't considered that other cards would allow you that effect for less mana. So yeah, I guess you could cheat that. Espers to Magicite. Exile each opponent's graveyard. Oh, just the whole thing, huh? It's only the opponent's graveyards, though, which I'd assume comes with a mild amount of risk. Although you do have this next bit. When you do, choose up to 1 target creature card exiled this way. Create a token that's a copy of that card, except it's an artifact and loses all other card types. That's it. So yeah, okay. I really like the flavor of that. You're just taking their graveyards and making them Magicite. That's pretty messed up. So this is a commander deck, so you're gonna be pulling 3 cards from that. So you're gonna exile their graveyards. Oh yeah, wait a minute. No, that's 4 mana? Wait a minute. That's pretty nuts. It's only 4 mana to boot. So you're just taking away all their graveyard synergy by exiling everything. Oh, you choose up to not 1 from each. You're only choosing 1 total. But either way, you're taking away all their graveyard synergy. So if they're playing anything out of their graveyard and not out of their eggs, yeah, Yeah, that's quite disruptive. That's because it's also every opponent's graveyard. So if you're playing Commander, which, as I said earlier, someone said you play with 4 people, you're playing it up to 3 opponents are getting wiped. Yeah, it's 3 mana. Well, it's 3 any and 1 dark, 1 black. That's and it loses its creature. Wow, that's I actually really like that card. I really like it from a flavor standpoint and from just if it actually did do what I thought it did when I read it the first time. Now you get 1 creature. You don't get to choose 1 for each opponent. You get you exile all the graveyards, but you only choose 1 creature that's exiled that way. So if they're going for some sort of synergy, you could just you can remove it, and B, you could just take 1 card that you really want. Whenever a card leaves the graveyard. Yeah. That's okay. That's interesting. Falcon Airship Restored, 2 mana, and then 1 black, so 3 mana total, flying, of course. It's a 3 mana 4/3. Whenever the Falcon deals combat damage to a player, you may sacrifice it. When you do, return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. For 5 mana, for colorless, 1 black, return this card from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. Okay, what is crew? And what is crew 2 specifically? Get me on the level playing field here. This is where chat comes into play. I've never asked for more backseating than making sure I understand what that's doing. Crew means you tap creatures to make it a creature to attack. Tap a creature with 2 power to turn the artifact into a creature. Okay. So it's okay. I think I understand. Yeah, it can't actually go into combat unless you tap a creature that's 2 or greater. All right. Got it. Yeah, you're giving the vehicle a pilot. It's a good way of looking at it. I like that. As for the actual effect, whenever the Falcon deals combat damage, you may sacrifice it, return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. So it attacks and reanimates, which again makes sense given what the deck is supposed to do in Commander. And if you have the mana, it comes back tapped. It does come back tapped if you are going to do the return effect. Tap 2 creatures with power 1. So it just, in general, you just need to be tapping 2 total. Okay. Overcrewing can be a thing with vehicles. Tap as many creatures as you want. You just have to get 2 power. Are there creatures that you want deliberately to like if you tap them for this effect, they get a bonus effect? So you would actually, is that what overcrewing is? There are some, yes. Okay, so that's what overcrewing is you literally just pile a crew onto it. Okay. That makes sense then. The combo, then the I haven't read another card here that reads that way yet. Ether Drift Set. Okay. I'm glad. Okay. It makes sense to me then. That's what overcrewing is. Got it. Okay. I like it. I don't know how it necessarily plays into things. Obviously, it has the reanimation effect. But if it's allowing you to if you're going for an overcrew and you just fly over and they don't have a defense for it and you just get to sacrifice it and then reanimate. You can use creatures that have summoning sickness too. True. So you summon something with summoning sickness, you can't actually use it, so you tap it, and then you can okay. There you go. All right. I like it. Full of pilots. I like the idea of there being pilots. Interceptor, my boy. 4 mana, 2 colorless, 2 black. Menace. Went through that earlier. Assassins you control have menace. That's a lot of needing 2 or more blockers. Whenever you attack with 1 or more legendary creatures, you may pay 3 mana, 2 colorless, 1 black. If you do, return this card from your graveyard to the battlefield, tapped and attacking. Interesting. Whenever you attack with 1 or more. So yeah, you could just grab this from... Okay, so you could just mob them with dogs if you just have the mana to do it, if you pay the mana for it. Return this card from graveyard to battle. Just an arm. I like that idea. It's just dude, if there's anything I know from RPGs, it's always the dogs, man. It's always dogs. Always be afraid of dogs. Doesn't matter what game it is. If there's dogs, be afraid of them. There was an Assassin's Creed set. Yeah, you just bring the dog into the Assassin's Creed set. There you go. Works perfectly. Yeah, I had to read Angelo. I got to read that and see about. Well, I mean, I guess it depends on the synergy between the two because Angelo's really a Renoa card more than anything. Rejoin the fight. 6 mana sorcery. Ooh, mill 3 cards, then starting with the next opponent in turn order. Each opponent chooses a creature card in your graveyard that hasn't been chosen. Return each card chosen this way to the battlefield. So, okay. So you just play that. I don't know how that works, if that's effectively good at sorcery speed. Starting with the next opponent turn order, each opponent chooses a creature card in your graveyard that hasn't been. So if you just have a bunch, they're just forced to just keep picking creatures in your graveyard. Yeah, you stack your grave, and then they're just like, all right, give me you make me play a card. To pick a card for me, I get to play it. Yeah, and then that works with Cyan and Leo, where every time a creature card returns, then they get all their +1/+1, which again is the whole point of the deck. Is a lot of reanimations in the deck. Okay, I like that. I don't know about how it actually scales being 6 mana, and again, I don't know if it being sorcery speed is a good or a bad thing. You get the 3 worst creatures in your graveyard, and then you make sure that the 3 worst creatures are all creatures you want to bring back. That's it. Yeah, you're just specifically choosing to make sure there's things in your graveyard that they have to choose. Anytime it's a matter of choice, you have to take away that choice. Shadow, Mystery Assassin. Of course, gonna be Assassins have Menace. You play them with Interceptor, you know. Death Touch. Death Touch is if it goes into combat with a creature, they die no matter what, right? After combat calculations, they die no matter what. Any damage to creature, it dies. Yeah. They hit a creature. Yeah, like I said, so after damage calculations, it kills anything it hits. Yeah. I mean, I'm just saying the same thing in a really dumb way. But yeah. I was just double checking to make sure if I remembered it correctly. If the blocker has first strike and kill Shadow. Yeah. That's why it has to be after damage calculation. It does damage before it takes damage. Throw. Whenever Shadow deals combat damage to a player, you may sacrifice another non-land permanent. If you do, draw 2 cards, and each opponent loses life equal to the mana value of the sacrificed permanent. If you're stacked with lifelink, and then you would, it would be really funny to pretty much manipulate your library to have a really high mana cost card, and then do this. And then you just blast all 3 of the other ones. You're like, listen, I have all the extra life. Okay, I don't really care if I took the hit right there. Yeah, sack Interceptor and bring him back every time Shadow attacks. Yeah, obviously they want you to pair it with Interceptor, but I'm also thinking of the alternative of it as well. Chuck the Excalibur at them. Yeah, no, they want you to bring... I mean, of course they want you to mix Shadow and an Interceptor. Like, they had to. If they didn't do that, it would have been awful. But I'm thinking of it outside of Interceptor. It's kind of like how Cecil and Rosa are together, but I imagine using them not with each other, but instead using them with something where it's even more effective, being like the bigger brain play. You know what I mean? Like, that's like the obvious in command. Like, if you were to just buy this deck, that combo works automatically. But as soon as you start mixing it with other things that are in Commander, you start getting like the wilder and wilder stuff. Siegfried is 3 mana, 1 black. Menace. When Siegfried enters, mill 3 cards, then put X +1/+1 counters on Siegfried, where X is twice the number of creature. Twice the number. That's a lot. If your graveyard stacked when you did that, that would that might be the most useful. So, in case you're wondering, while Siegfried himself is kind of a joke in Final Fantasy VI, in most cases, technically because he attacks so many times, I think it would have made more sense. Obviously, the fact that the multiple blockers thing is probably playing on the number of times he actually attacks when you fight him. When he gets that first turn. I I think it would have been funnier if he could attack the number of times that, like, or like if he had double strike or something. Because like that was, in my eyes, Siegfried's most known for how many times he attacks and then he just dies very easily. To me, that's Siegfried, right? World of Ruin Siegfried is a bunch of graveyard, yeah. So that's, I don't know. I guess that's just when I think of it. Technically, you can fight Siegfried in the arena, but I guess maybe because I don't know. Maybe that's what they're going for. It's just like, obviously they're just trying to make him synergize, but I guess for me, it just doesn't match how I think of Siegfried and the way you naturally interact with him versus the way you interact with him at the arena. I think the idea is that this is arena. I mean, he's in the arena. You can clearly see he's in the arena. So it is the World of Ruin Siegfried. So with all the creatures that are in the arena, I guess that's just what they're going for in that sense. I just don't think it's the most iconic thing about Siegfried. Not that Siegfried's iconic thing is a great thing to replicate. Siegfried, if he was trying to replicate the thing he's most iconic for, it would be like Siegfried can put like 10 -1/-1 counters on like opponent cards or something. But then he would have to be like a 0/1. Like that would be, to me, if I was just trying to do the thing Siegfried's known most for, that would probably be it. He puts 10 -1/-1 counters on opponents, but at 0 attack, 1 life. or after the effect resolves, he's like exiled or some shit. Yeah, or like he has to be, or is like after activating this effect, he has to be sacrificed or something. That would be the only way they could capture that part of the game with Siegfried. But it's interesting the other route they're going with it. Though these are all like full arts, or I'm sorry, extended arts. So now we just got to scroll down to Archfiend of Depravity. Hey, what's going on, Doomgaze? How you doing? What's going on, Deathgaze? Flying at the beginning of each opponent's end step, that player chooses up to 2 creatures they control and sacrifice the rest. Let me tell you, I don't think anyone's letting this card stay on the field for very long. I don't think anyone's letting this card stay on the field. So unless you have some good protections for it, I think people are going to want this card gone. No one's going to let you go around the entire pack and be like, no one's going to be going next after you and being like, you know what? I'm going to leave that card on the field. Because it's only during the opponent's end step. So you'd have to protect it in some capacity. Pay 3, murder. Well, I mean, kind of pay 5, but you know. Then Morbid Opportunist. Whenever one or more other creatures die, draw a card. Wait. Okay, one or more, draw a card. So not like... Okay. This ability triggers once per turn. Okay. I was immediately going to say, if this doesn't have a once per turn clause, we're going to have a discussion. But one or more kind of naturally implies... I guess it's taking into account that an effect could kill multiple creatures. So it's effectively 3 mana, draw 1, because you're probably going to remove. So it's 3 mana to have a 1/3 that you're going to draw 1. I'm not wild about that. You know, there's so many ways to draw that I guess I'd have to see how it stacks up against other things. Night's Whisper, you draw 2 cards and lose 2 life. Yeah, that's easy. That's fine. A little bit of life for that. I mean, in a black-white deck. Yeah. Okay. Pitiless Plunderer. Whenever another creature you control dies, create a treasure token. It's an artifact with on tap, sacrifice this token, add 1 mana. It's pretty interesting. I guess it's a matter of create a treasure token. Yeah, because it's just a matter of when you tap, another creature you control dies. Okay. All right. Getting treasure tokens probably nice for just stacking up the mana. Reanimate. I like it. Kefka messing around with the Warring Triad. What a jerk. Put target creature card from a graveyard onto the battlefield under your control. You lose life equal to its mana value. So it's Monster Reborn, but you lose life. And again, in a black-white deck, I'm assuming you don't really have much an issue because it's any graveyard. So you have quite a bit to choose from, yours or one of your opponents if there's a card that you really want. Yeah, I mean, he had a lot of magic power at this point. Pitiless Plunderer has an infinite with scroll deck. That's a lot of treasure tokens. A classic. Rise of the Dark Realms we saw. Put all creature cards from all graveyards onto the battlefield under your control. I love that card so much. Just take everything from every... You know what? The only thing I don't like about that card is I imagine the scramble to physically put the board on the field. Like, to actually be playing that, you know what I mean? Like, to have to go through all of your all of your opponent's like graveyards and just be like, all right, come on, there we go. Come on, fork them all over. Let me lay them out real quick. That's, yeah, I'd imagine that's an I win card. At the very least, you're probably going to take someone out of the game at that point. Yeah, and then it's a matter of how many of those cards trigger on effect, how many of your cards get counters for the reanimations. Either I win or win harder. Yeah, one of the two. It's great for digital, not so much for physical. Yeah, I'd imagine in it's still hilarious in Arena. I'd love to see that card activated in Arena. But in physical, yeah, that's a pain. Oh, man. Sepulchral Primordial. Intimidate. This creature can't be blocked except by artifact creatures and or creatures that share a color with it. When this creature enters, for each opponent, you may put up to one target creature card from that player's graveyard under the more graveyard fetching from your opponent's battlefield. 7 mana, 5/4, and it can't be blocked except by other creatures that that have black mana or an artifact creature. Okay. Stitch Together. Return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Return that card from your graveyard to the battlefield instead if 7 or more cards are in your graveyard. I feel like most times you play this, you're playing this after you're thresholding. I sincerely doubt you're playing this before you've actually even hit the threshold. So you're almost certainly just using this as a reanimate more than anything. Stitcher's Supplier. When this creature enters or dies, mill 3 cards. Okay, that's fine. That's really basic. This creature enters or dies. So in theory, you get to do that twice. So when a card read or dies, exile that's not the same as leaving the field, I would assume. And I assume dies means that they've been killed by combat and not removed via any other means. I'm just clarifying if there's a specific way the term is actually used. Dies means being destroyed. Exile goes around it. So, okay, but dies, okay, just goes to the graveyard. Killed in any way, exiling would go around. Okay, dying is hitting the grave. Okay, just making sure. Is put into the graveyard from the battlefield. Okay, but I'm glad I asked because generally those terms are important. Yeah, leaves the battlefield. Okay, the same as not dying. See, that's why I asked, because I'm making sure that it works the way, because I thought that's how it worked. Well, I guess I thought it would only be by combat, but I had a feeling exiling would go around dying because it's just not the same thing. Okay, glad I asked and made sure of that. Laughing Matt. That's wild. Look at that. That's a wild card. That might be my favorite card art that I've seen so far, is Laughing Matt. Jesus Christ. All right, 3 mana, instant. Okay, so just to be clear, an instant is faster than sorcery, right? I still don't know the speeds entirely. Okay, just making sure I understand that, yes, instant is, it's also any time. Anytime you have priority. Okay, yes. And which would also still be faster than sorcery speed. Is anytime sorcery on your turn. Okay, instant means you can cast it. Okay. Including opponents. Yeah, I assumed it was like a quick play. Also has a response. Perfect. It's a trap card. It's a quick play trap card, effectively. Which doesn't really exist much in Yu-Gi-Oh! Anymore. As an additional cost to cast the spell, discard a card. That's not a bad thing. Draw 2 cards. Also a good thing. Flashback, cast this card from the graveyard. For its flashback cost and any... So, yeah, you would flashback and then still discard. Yeah. And then exile it. I quite like that card. I quite like that. Discarding cards, generally, if you're choosing to discard a card, there's a reason you want to discard it. And then drawing 2 cards, I mean, you're never going to not want to draw cards. You know what I mean? And then if you just do it from the graveyard, you can use it as an excuse to discard. Like, I really like that. I like that's the kind. Those are the kind of cards I like. I like the idea that there's like 2 or 3 different applications to the way the card works, and it's just kind of designed that way. Okay, we have our this. Have we seen this saga yet? I think we've seen the Final Fantasy VI Esper. Oh, no. I think this is one of the ones they showed. This creature deals damage equal to the number of non-creature and non-land cards in your graveyard to target creature an opponent controls. Wizards you control. Yeah, we did. We saw this one during the preview. We did. Wizards you control get +1/+0 till the end of the turn. That's interesting. That's on 2 and 3. And then sacrifice after 3, obviously, for this new saga bit. Number of non-creature, non-land cards in your graveyard. So, yeah, you're just going to nuke something when he enters with Judgment Ball. As the saga enters and after your draw step, add a lore counter to it. Yep. All right, that's cool. There's Laughing Mad Art. Hey, my boy, Gao. Oh, this was just the full art over here. Gao, Feral Youth, Rage. Whenever Gao attacks with a +1/+1 counter on it at the beginning of each end step, if a card left your graveyard this turn, Gao deals damage equal to its power to each. I really like Gao. Also, I have to give the artist credit for picking Stray Cat. You clearly know this artist did their homework for picking Stray Cat. That is like the default like OP Gao card. But also that at the beginning of each end step, including your own end step after you've played it, I really like it. I really like just if a card left your graveyard this turn, Gao deals damage equal to its opponent to each opponent. That means you could exile it. That means you could put it back on the field. If it was in your graveyard at the start of the turn, and well, I know, not even if it was at the graveyard at the start of the turn, you could put it in the graveyard this turn and remove it. It'd still qualify. Yeah, I like that. And these only 2 mana, one any, 1 fire. I really like that. Not to mention, whenever he attacks, he just gets a +1/+1. So, you know, it all really does work. And that makes up, for those who haven't played Final Fantasy VI, when Gao uses a rage, he effectively becomes a berserker, hence why he's got human berserker here, where you basically lose control of him for a bunch of turns, and then he just does an attack from that monster's kit repeatedly. Like every turn, every time his ATB fills, he automatically does it. So, it kind of makes sense. He kind of becomes a berserker in that sense. And so I kind of like, that's like another layer of flavor. There's a lot of flavor on this card for Gao. There's like a whole lot. The Stray Cat in the artwork, the way his rage works, even the way that he deals damage equal to each opponent for the monster leaving the graveyard. There's plays on that to basically how he learns all of his rages and everything. So yeah, they did a really good job. That's one of my Laughing Mad and Gao are 2 of my favorite cards that I've read. Yeah, and it's each end step because it means it's on yours. Oh, and Ishtola gives you 2 end steps. Oh, I mean, look at that. There you go. Yeah, getting 2 end steps for yourself and then being, oh yeah, that's, yeah. I mean, this is a card. There are some cards where I feel like you really need to know all Magic cards to understand why they're good. This is a card that you can read, and at the very least, you're likely to assume it's good, even if it ends up not being that good. Like, even if like a Magic player goes, yeah, well, you know, this, that, like, then the more knowledgeable players come out and they like kind of fill in the gap for that one. But even still, like, that's kind of one that's just like instantly you see it and you're like, oh, okay, I really like that. Go-Go, the mime, at the beginning of each combat, he's 4 mana. At the beginning of each combat on your turn, you may have Go-Go become a copy of another target creature you control until the end of the turn, except if its name is Go-Go Mysterious Mime. You can't copy himself, which would be really funny. If you do Go-Go and that creature, each get +2/+0 and gain haste until the end of the turn and attack this turn if able. It's pretty interesting for a 4 mana card. You give that to a really powerful card that you reanimated and give it haste. I mean, that's probably the idea, is to reanimate something really, really strong that enters, you know, with, and then you're using it to get around summoning sickness, basically. So, quite like that. It's a really simple one. Sabin, my boy, he has a hell of a... It's funny. I don't think that's a beard. I think that's just the light on his face. But I was like, wait, am I bugging, or does he have like a... It kind of, the way the light shines off his face when I'm like back here, I'm like, is that a beard? Okay, so double strike, no surprise. Blitz, 4 mana, discard a card. If you cast this spell for its blitz cost, it gains haste. So if you cast it for its cost, okay. And then it gains haste. And when this creature dies, draw a card. Sacrifice it at the beginning of the next end step. You may cast this card from your graveyard using its blitz ability. So yeah, you can use it to mill your own. So when he's on the field, he's a 5-mana 4/3 with double strike, which is already good. If you cast Blitz while he's on the field, then he gets haste and goes to the graveyard, and then you can keep blitzing from the graveyard. Okay, I like it. Yeah, it is kind of hard to tell. It does. I don't think it's a beard. I think it's just the lighting on his hair. Yeah, so he goes back to the graveyard immediately, and then you can just blitz as much as you want to discard this creature. And you get to draw a card when it dies too. So you're automatically, by playing him, you're gonna get your double strike. You blitz, discard the card, gain haste. When he dies, you can even just crash him at that point. Like, the sacrifice just means you won't stay around, but you could honestly just crash him to use him as a removal practically. You just literally double strike until his toughness is gone, and then he'll die and you'll get the card anyway. So you might as well just use him to just obliterate something. So I really like that. That's another one that I think is really fun. Snort! That's a good card to put in here. Each player may discard their hand and may discard their hand. They're not forced to, it sounds like. And draw 5 cards. Then Snort deals 5 damage. Oh, yeah, so it's like, Do you want to mill your whole hand? Honestly, I'd be afraid to play that. What if someone really wants to mill their whole hand? Like, if somebody takes me up on that, like, I imagine I would take myself up. Like, if I'm playing this, I assume I would choose to be, like, I would be like, yeah, I want to mill my whole hand and draw 5. Like, I'll take 5 damage to do that. At the bare minimum, I would do it for that. But if an opponent takes that too, I'd be very concerned. I'd be like, whoa. I don't know if I wanted to give them that with any graveyard synergies that they might have. Yeah, because that's the thing. Life's a resource. If they're willing to throw the life at it, if they're taking the option, you taking the option makes sense. If you're playing this, you're doing it. You're not just doing it to do it to them. The fact that you can flashback it is interesting. So you can flashback it one time to then just mill your whole hand. Yeah, 5 damage for 5 cards is great. The thing is do I really want my opponents to also get to do that? It's a group hug card. Oh yeah. That's my only technical gripe. I would play that for fun. Like, if I was playing amongst friends, I'd be like, hey guys, you want to just get new hands? Tip your beers to each other. Be like, let's get all new hands. Well, I'll take 5 damage. Just get some new hands in here. Make it exciting. You know? Strago End Realm. Legendary creature, human wizard, only 3 mana. Sketch End Lore. Interesting. So 3 mana on tap. Target opponent exiles cards from the top of their library until they exile an instant, sorcery, or creature card. You may cast that card without paying its mana cost. If you cast a creature spell this way, it gains haste, and at the beginning of the end step, sacrifice this creature. Activate only as a sorcery. It's a lot. It's a lot of text. It's a lot of text, and I don't know how I even necessarily feel about that card. It's one of those cards I don't really know how to feel about it. 3 mana to... I mean, here's the thing. If they don't exile one of those right away, at the very least, you're not milling to their graveyard. You're milling to their exile pile. So unless they have some sort of synergy with their exile... And you would be picking the opponent, so you probably wouldn't pick an opponent in Commander that's playing an exile-centric deck. I don't know... Snort doesn't cause the caster to take damage. Well, no, I'm saying when you play it, though, for Snort... Oh, also, you're right. Snort deals 5 damage to each opponent. Every player, however, may discard the hand. So you're automatically discarding your hand and drawing 5 cards if you're playing this, most likely. But only your opponents would take the damage if they chose... Oh, yeah, okay. That makes sense. Here's the thing. I would pay the damage cost. If I was playing this, I would pay 5 life to draw 5 cards. But the problem is, I assume my opponents would too. That's the thing. If my opponent does take the opportunity cost there, and I feel like they would, that's the fear. But you don't pay the life. You're just... Odds are, if you're playing that, you are, of course, taking that. Just about everyone will take. Yeah, I would never turn down the ability to draw 5 cards. I don't care what's in my hand. In the graveyard, it's just as useful. The graveyard's just your second hand anyway. It's like, oh, you mean I get to put my hand in my second hand and pull another hand? What do you know? Gee, I wonder if I want to do that. And also, if they have less than 5 cards, yeah, they just get to, like, if they only have 1 card in their hand, yeah, they just get to pull a whole new hand too. Yeah, I mean, that's I think that the group hug description still definitely works for that. All right, Valagarmanda, exile. So on lore 1, exile an instant or sorcery card from each graveyard. That's pretty nice for just graveyard removal. And then lore 2, 3, and 4. Add fire for each lore counter on this saga. So you get 2 fire, 3 fire, 4 fire. You may cast an instant or sorcery card exiled with this saga and mana of any... Huh. Yeah, it is Try Disaster. That's, all right. That's nice. That reads very nicely. Being able to pay with any mana is, I like that. That's pretty nice. He also has flying and haste, mind you, which is also interesting. Worth noting, he has flying and haste as well. It's only a 3/3, but yeah, you have to get to that lore counter, but, exile's your third. Well, keep in mind, you're exiling an instant or sorcery from each graveyard. So if you're playing a 4-player game, you may cast an instant or sorcery card exile. I'd assume that means that you could play any of their instants as well, or sorceries with it. And even if you don't match their mana type, you can still take advantage of them. So yeah, he's a 4-mana 3/3 that can... Yeah, no, I like that. I really like that card. That's a lot of power. Umaro, Raging Yeti, Trample. Trample means they go over that if they attack over an opponent, they'll deal combat damage to the player themselves. I know that one is at least. I know Trample. Yeah, it's piercing. At the beginning of combat on your turn, choose 1 at random. So when it says at random, how do you determine at random? Do you like flip? Well, you can't flip a coin because there's 3. Roll a dice. So you need to bring a D3 to this? Or like... up to the players. D6. 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, technically. Yeah, I guess you would think D3 would be really funny. Yeah, 1, 2, option 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. I guess you're bringing dice. As long as the players all agree to it, I guess it's fine. Whatever the players agree on for how to resolve the random works just fine. But yeah, most people probably just go with a D6. Just bring a 6-sided die. Other creatures you control get +3, +0, and gain trample till the end of the turn. I would want that. Discard your hand and draw 4 cards. That might be better. Umaro deals 5 damage to any target. Just instantly? Like any time you just pick something and then you just do 5 to it. All right. Bag of colorful marbles. Yeah, what if I want to just bring a hat? And the hat has 3 pieces of paper in it. And then I let my opponents pick. Including a player. That's true. You could just win the game off that if someone's low on health. Though granted, if they're sitting there with 5 or less health. You could if the table agrees. Bring a little plastic hat. There's Snort. There's full art. These are all just, I'm sorry, extended arts. I keep saying full art. That's full art. Borderless traditional foil. Anger. 4 mana 2/2 with haste. As long as this card is in your graveyard and you control a mountain, creatures you... What? That's... What the hell? That's so stupid. Stupid in a good way. That's stupid. That's, all right. I think it's fair to say I like it. A red deck controlling a mountain? Incredibly unlikely. Yeah, clearly it's meant to it's meant to be red because of the type of land that's being played. I have a question. Is there a land in Magic that lets you declare the type of land that it is? Out of curiosity. Is there a land that lets you declare this is a mountain, this is a plain, this is a whatever? Out of curiosity. Multi-type lands. Yeah, I guess this does. Yeah, I guess you could just run a multi-type land. Vesuva lets you copy a land. Okay. Copy a land is different, though, than declaring a land. Because copy a land would imply you're playing against a red deck. So you would only, sideboard this if you were playing against red? Technically, yes, but it's bad. Okay. So I guess a multi-land would be the only other option. Yeah, that's what I assume. That's why I specifically asked about declaring a land. Because claiming a color, yeah, I expected that. But declaring a land type would be interesting. Yeah, I mean, I guess you could always play one mountain and then play a card that lets you search for it to play this in non-red, but you wouldn't do that. You probably wouldn't do that. Unless, I mean, I guess technically the colorless parts of your deck would work fine with it, but yeah, you probably wouldn't do that. But that's an option. I mean, just having one mountain in deck and then searching for land and then getting this milled to the graveyard. I could see that. Unless you're playing Gates. Oh, that's right. It's in Commander. You have to play it in red. All right, never mind. Ignore that. Either way, strong card. I was just trying to think about how to cheat it in other decks. Not going to happen. Big score. 4 mana. Instant. Let's see. As an additional cost to cast a spell, discard a card. No big deal. Draw 2 cards and create 2... Okay. Okay. I see upside. That's what I see. See a lot of upside. Combustible Gear Hulk. First strike. So first strike means it goes before the normal damage step, right? It does damage first. Yeah. Okay. Just making sure. When this creature enters, target opponent may have you draw 3 cards. Wait, target opponent may have you draw 3 cards. So your opponent gets to decide if you draw. If the player doesn't, you mill 3 cards. Then this creature deals damage to that player equal to the total. Wow, that is a messed up situation. It's like, so do you want me to have 3 cards, or do you want me to mill 3 cards into my second hand and then deal damage equal to the total? That's a very lose-lose for the person you're playing against, which, to be fair, I would definitely not want to play a card that gives them a win-win. But you can mill 3. That's true. You can mill 3 lands, unless, of course, you what is it called? Surveilling lets you look at just however many cards. I guess I don't know what the odds you would actually have surveilled the top 3 cards of your deck before you play. Like what other cards you would have here that you would use to surveil your library. That's what surveilling is, right? You surveil X number of like whatever. It's like surveil 2. It's like just look at the top 2 of your library. You're just getting like knowledge of what you're doing. That's what, yeah. Unless they already low, in which case a red deck, which they may as well, yeah. And then you can move any to the graveyard. Okay. Yeah, okay. Surveilling just lets, but you do just get to check effectively. Okay. 6 mana, 6/6, also pretty nice on its own. Flare of the Hatebound. Undying. When this creature dies, If it had no +1/+1 counters on it, return it to the battlefield under its owner control with a +1/+1. Okay, so it's effectively a second life. Your opponent's counter to that would be to give it a +1/+1 before removing it to the graveyard. This creature or another creature enters from your graveyard. It deals damage equal to its power to any target. Really like these red cards. I can see why people get it, because red's aggro, effectively. So as much as I love blue cards, I understand the appeal of red cards. I understand the appeal. Is that red mandatory? If it doesn't have a +1/+1, it doesn't say you may do it. It says do it. Ruin Grinder. Cool to see him. Menace. When this creature dies, each player may discard their... These cards are ridiculous. All right. Mountain Cycling. Discard this card, search your library for a mountain card, reveal it, put it in your hand, and then shuffle. That's... I mean, I see what the play is here. It's very much like the plane cycling from the other one. Mountain cycling is my favorite type of exercise. Each player may discard their hand, and that's yeah, that's interesting. I can imagine a lot of milling in that. All right, Esper Origins, 2 mana. These are the green cards now. Sorcery. Surveil 2, you gain 2 life. If the spell was cast from a graveyard, it does have the flashback effect at the bottom. Where the 4/4 is on this card is so weird, by the way. I hate that it's here. I hate where the 4/4 is put on this card. Just saying. Anyway, this goes past the graveyard. Exile it, then put it onto the battlefield, transformed under its owner's control with a finality counter. If a creature with finality counter on it would die, exile it instead. Okay. Surveil 2, gain 2 life. And that's Maduin, who's right. I like how... What? How... Whatever. Why would you put them next to each other when I could just flip it? That's like every other spot. Like when I looked at Final Fantasy IV, you can't find Cecil unless you flip it. But here they're like, just put them next to each other. It'll be fine. As the saga enters and after your draw step, add a lore counter. Yeah, that's all normal. Sacrifice after 3. Reveal the top card of your library. If it's a permanent card, put it into your hand. Lore 2 is add 2 green mana. Other creatures you control get +2/+2 and gain trample till the end of the turn. Okay. Other than that, it's a 4/4. So you're I mean, to be fair, you're getting Maduin in theory for 2 mana from the graveyard is technically. Well, I know you're getting it for 4 mana from the graveyard. 2 mana for the other effect. 4 mana to give him to do this and get the finality counter. Okay. And then the full art's really cool. Let's see the other full art. Hello, Maduin. That's a good one. Search for Frozen Esper. That's Nature's Claim. This is a reprint. Destroy target artifact or enchantment. Its controller gains 4 life. Oh my god, there's still so many more. Not even through the Final Fantasy VI cards yet. Kefka, Court Mage. Whenever Kefka enters or attacks, each player discards a card. Oh yeah, we saw this one on the preview. Then you draw a card for each card type among cards discarded this way. Each opponent sacrifices a permanent of their choice. Transform Kefka. Activate only as a sorcery. Oh, yeah, that's why the 4/4 is there. I mean, I still don't like the way it looks as it's showing the 4/4 for when you flip over, but even still. I just don't like the way it looks on the card. Yeah, we saw this one, and then Ruler of Ruin. Whenever an opponent loses life during your turn, you draw that many cards. Yeah, I remember when we saw that. I thought it was ridiculous before. Still looks ridiculous now. Get it? The end draws near because you're drawing when they're dying. Do you get it? What do you mean, boo? Don't be mad at me because I've got comedy. Because I understand comedy. That's not fair. No, can you explain? No, I won't. You mean good joke alert. By the way, my multi-chat's broken, so I can only see some chat at the moment. Let's see. When Terra enters, yeah, we've seen this one too. Mill 5 cards, put up to 1 enchantment card milled this way into your hand. For trance, exile Terra, then return it to the battlefield, transformed under its owner's control. Activate only as a sorcery, 6 mana on tap. As for Terra, create a token that's a copy of target non-legendary enchantment you control. It gains haste. If it's a saga, put up to 3 lore counters on it. Wait a minute. Put up to, so you can choose? Wait a minute. Am I bugging? Or could you not just one-turn somebody with Odin this way? Could you not use Yuna with Terra to get Odin and put 2 lore counters on him and end the game? Am I bugging? Oh, no, because it's commander. They're probably not the right mana types. And it's also non-legendary enchantment. Never mind. Yeah. Never mind. Odin's legendary. Yeah. No, you're right. All right, I think my multi-chat's working again. This is just the Magic the Gathering official site. My chat's working now. Yeah, you're right, because this is legendary. She also has flying. So she's a 6 mana 6/6 when you do the exile. I mean, to be fair, that's 3 mana plus 6 mana total. Milling the 5 cards is nice, plus the enchantments. Yeah, it's on the official Wizards of the Coast site. All right, that's the Kefka art, which we do enjoy, of course. Love it. We did see those also during the preview. There's the Court Mage, the other one. Demonic. There's Sid. We already know what Sid does. Here's the extended arts. Celis, I remember. Celis is one they previewed initially when we first started seeing all of these. Yeah, discard any number of cards, then draw that many cards plus 1, which also love it. Whenever one or more other creatures you control enters, if one or more of them entered from a graveyard or is cast from a graveyard, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. Yeah. For 4 mana, 4/4 for a self-mill. Celis is, yep, Celis is, I like Celis. I like Celis a lot. And we have the other Terra card, which just says trance. At the beginning of combat on your turn, mill 2 cards. Terra gains flying until the end of the turn. At the beginning of combat on your turn. So it's gonna, if she survives, she gets to mill a few extras. 3 mana, 3/3. Whenever Terra deals combat damage to a player, you may pay 2 mana. When you do, return target creature card with power 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Pretty good. Bannon. Hello, Bannon. Looks wild. Prey. Actually, his Prey is good. It's not like Prey from Final Fantasy IV. All right. That's when I think Prey, I think of roses, and I think of how much it lets me down. Once during each of your turns, you may cast a creature spell from among cards in your graveyard that were put there from anywhere other than the battlefield. So if they're sent from the hand, the deck, from the exile pile, if they're put back in the graveyard, then he can do that. Okay. You may cast a creature spell from among. Okay. Whenever you attack, you may pay 1 mana and discard a card if you do draw a card. I like that too. I like these cards. Edgar. Once during each of your turns, you may cast an artifact spell from your graveyard. If you cast a spell this way, that artifact enters tapped. Whenever Edgar attacks, it gets +X/+0 until the end of the turn, where X is the greatest mana value among artifacts you control. My man's going to have a lot of attack with his tools right there. All right. Kefka. Now we have dancing. Dude, the Kefka art's all so good. During your turn, Kefka has Indestructible, 7 mana, 6/6. At the beginning of each of your end step, exile a card at random from each opponent's graveyard. You may cast any number of spells from among cards exiled this way without paying their mana cost. Then each player who owns a spell you cast this way loses life equal to its mana value. So you pick any number of them. So for every card you cast from an opponent's, exile from the exile, because you're basically just dealing damage to everyone and getting 3 spell casts. Yeah, that can be so okay. I want to know, how do you guys agree on a random random card in the graveyard? Because that's a lot different. Do you just pull up a fucking number generator on your phone and just be like, I have this many cards in my graveyard, and you just press the number? But I mean, that's probably the easiest way to do it. Just pull up a random number generator on your phone without having to bring dice and everything. Turn back, shuffle, and choose. Flip over and pick one. Pick up the pile, shuffle them, then pick a card. Okay, that works. My way works too. What if they have a really big graveyard? That's annoying. All right. All the same. Lock Treasure Hunter. Lock can't be blocked by creatures with greater power. Mug, whenever Lock attacks, each player mills a card. If a land card was milled, create a treasure token. Until end of turn, you may cast a spell from among those cards. It's pretty good. There's a lot of good flavor on the actual like protagonist and antagonist cards here. For 7 mana, you're allowed annoying effects. True. Mog, Moogle Warrior. Lifelink. Makes sense. The other Moogles also have lifelink. He has the same attack and defense as the Moogle tokens as well. Dance. At the beginning of each of your end, at the beginning of your, why do I keep saying each? At the beginning of your end step, each player may discard a card. At your end step, each player may discard a card. Each player who discarded a card this way then draws a card. If a creature card was discarded this way, you create a 1/2 white Moogle creature token with lifelink. Then, if a non-creature card was discarded this way, you put a +1/+1 counter on each Moogle you control. I mean, I guess if you're already mobbing the field with things, that's fine. I don't know how. I mean, yeah. Mog Moogle Warrior is typed Moogle Warrior. It's fine. Yeah. Go wide or make them bigger. Well, it's not just him you make bigger, because in theory, you would already have the other, you would have this with Moogle's Valor. And the idea is you're making an army of Moogles at this point. And you're either making the army bigger or you're making them all stronger. So, I don't know. I guess I'm not wild about that. Setzer, Wandering Gambler. When Setzer enters, create the Blackjack, a legendary 3/3 colorless vehicle artifact token. Artifact token with flying and crew 2. Whenever a vehicle you control deals damage to a player, flip a coin. Whenever you win a coin flip, create 2 tapped treasure. Fucking flipping a coin. I hate flipping coin. I mean, don't get me wrong. That is great flavor for Setzer. Everything about that is so on point. Whenever you win any coin flip, sure. So if you're just constantly flipping coins, you can keep creating treasure tokens. But it's like, oh, I hate flipping coins, man. Of all the things I don't want to do, I don't want to flip a coin and have to win. Like, I would never want to do that. But it's really good flavor. I guess you could just roll a dice and make one and agree that 1 to 3 is heads and 4 to 6 is tails. I guess you could do that. Or, you know, D4 same way, yeah. I would hate flipping all those coins, man. There's extended art for Bannon, extended art for Celis, Edgar, Kefka. Yeah, these are all extended arts. Terra, and then these are, as I call them, the anime arts. Surge Foil. They're great cards. We just don't have to really stop and look at them for very long. Oh, these ones we do. Bedevil. Destroy any target artifact, creature, or planeswalker. All right. Simple. Nice. Crackling Doom. Deals 2 damage to each opponent. Each opponent sacrifices a creature with the greatest power among the creature the players control. Oh, that's nice. Removal and damage. Sure, I'll take it. Legion to Ashes. Exile target non-land permanent and opponent controls and all tokens that players controls with the same name as that permanent. That could be devastating against the right cards and the right combos. Okay. Sorcery speed, though, so on your turn. Mortify. Instant. Destroy target creature and enchantment. I mean, simple thing. Probably plenty of cards like that. Priest of Fell Rights. Pay 3 life. Sacrifice this creature. Return to... Oh, I just realized. Wait a minute. These are in all things. These are just normal cards that they're also including. These ones. That's why they seem so generic, because they are. If I'm understanding correct. Because this... Wait, I mean, this one isn't. But like, I mean, oh, okay, no, that's Maduine. I thought it was like... These seemed really generic. Yeah, they already exist as cards. Yeah, okay. These are Commander cards. These are Commander cards. They still are. Reprints with new art. Yeah, they seemed less flavorful. Yeah, they just have new art. Yeah, these are reprints. These are reprints. Okay. I could have chosen the hidden reprints, but because I noticed under here the treatment is like default and like I don't know I guess either way they're here. They're in the Revival Trance Commander deck. They're not very. I don't really care for these arts all too much in particular. They definitely seem less flavorful until you get a Ruinous Ultimatum here. 2 fire, 3 light, 2 black. Destroy all non-land permanents your opponent controls. Okay. Wait a minute. It's got to be down here. Holy Jesus, there's still so many cards to look at. I thought we were almost done with the cards, I'm not going to lie. There's 16 artifacts. Here's Blackjack Flying Crew 2. We saw that one earlier. 3/3, so they get a 3/3 with Setzer. Warring Triad, Flying Trample Haste. Goodness gracious, how much mana is it? 3. What the hell? Artifact creature. As long as there are fewer than 8 cards in your graveyard, the Warring Triad isn't a creature. On tap, mill a card. Target players adds 1 mana of any color. Yeah, it's only one of the ones so far. When the rest of the cards are released, I know. Well, I'm going to keep in mind, I'm opening packs. What's on the back of Blackjack? The Monarch. At the beginning of your end step draw. Yeah, this is explaining what the Monarch does. Interesting. Is there a reason why these ones in particular have the Monarch on the back of it? I guess it's just to give it dual purpose since it's commander. I mean, we are. Keep in mind, I can't stream till normal time. I have a doctor's appointment at 1:30. All tokens are 2-sided. Okay. I don't know about the Warring Triad. I mean, it's only 3 mana. 3 mana, 5/5 with Flying Trample and Haste. If it's not a creature, does that just mean it can't be targeted by things that affect creatures? Okay. It doesn't change anything else about the card, though. It's just turning off one of its typings while it's on the battlefield. Okay. Which obviously does have advantages. This technically has disadvantages, but you wouldn't be playing it for the disadvantages. Arcane Signet. On tap, add 1 mana of any color in your commander's color identity. Okay. Commander Sphere. On tap, add 1 mana of any color in your commander's color identity. Sacrifice this artifact and draw a card. Okay. There's another one. I'll take it. It means it doesn't have Summoning Sickness. Oh, that's interesting. So, I mean, it has haste anyway, though. So I guess that doesn't matter in this particular case because it has haste anyway. It can't attack or block. Oh, so it also can't attack. It would just be an artifact that's a 5/5 on the field. Okay. So you'd want to play that pretty early. Or with very few cards in the graveyard. Key to the City. On tap, discard a card up to 1 target creature can't be blocked this turn. That's dangerous. Whenever this artifact becomes untapped, you must pay 2 mana if you do draw a card. You may pay 2 mana. Sorry, you may pay 2 mana and then draw a card. All right, I like it. Meteor Golem. This creature enters, destroy target non-land permanent opponent controls. Removal. Milliken. On tap, mill a card. Add 1 colorless mana. To mill a card, put the top card of your library into your grave. I like how most cards assume you already know, but then you get 1 card that's like, by the way, in case you didn't know what milling means. Mind Stone. On tap, add 1 colorless mana. For 1 mana on tap, sacrifice this artifact, draw a card. Okay. Soul Ring. On tap, add 2 colorless mana. Solemn Simulacrum. Artifact Golem. When this creature enters, you may search your library for a basic land card, put that card onto the battlefield, tap, then shuffle. When this creature dies, you may draw a card. Okay, these are all pretty self-explanatory on the artifacts. Swiftfoot Boots. Equip creature has hexproof and haste for 2 mana. Equip, the cost for equipping is 1. Okay. Hexproof and haste. That's pretty nice for 2 mana. Talisman of Conviction. On tap, add colorless mana. On tap, add fire or light. This artifact deals 1 damage to you. No one's going to care about that because they will gladly pay that cost. Talisman of Indulgence. Add 1 colorless. Add 1 black or red. This artifact deals 1 damage to you. Wayfarer's Bauble. 2 mana on tap. Sacrifice this artifact. Search your library for a basic land part. Put that card. Okay, then shuffle. All right, a lot of these do like very similar things. Jador. Hey, we have a town. Overture, sorcery, and oh my god, there's so much information on this card. Target opponent mills half their library, rounded down. I don't know if I'd want to let them do that. Then exile this card. You may play the land later from exile. I mean, that's 6 mana to do the sorcery for this town. And then you exile this card. If only, yeah, if it's a target player mills, I'd be like, and that's me. Yeah, I guess if you're decking them out, it's good. But if you're not decking them out, that's a problem. No, you can't target yourself. It says target opponent. This land enters tapped, on tap, add water. Okay. Then there's mountain. There's an alternate art for Jador, mountain, Ash Barrens, another land. Add colorless, basic land cycling. Discard this card. For 1 mana, discard this card. Search your library for your basic land card. Reveal. Okay. Desolate Mire, 1 mana on tap, add 1 white, 1 black. So a bit of an investment, but good. This land enters tapped unless you control a swamp or a mountain. And then on tap, add black or red. Add colorless, and then either give up 1 white or black, I presume. On tap, add white, 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 black, or black, black. Yeah, just a bunch of lands. This land enters, you may reveal a swamp or mountain card from your hand. If you don't, this land enters tapped. Okay. Geothermal Bog, on tap, add black or red, and this land enters tapped. Okay. On tap, add colorless, black or red, and tap, add black, 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 red, red, red. Yeah, these are all simple. On tap, sacrifice a creature, you gain 1 life. Okay. Isolated Chapel. This land enters tapped unless you control a plains or swamp. On tap, add white or black. These are really easy to go through. I don't really have to worry about like lands. The towns I have to read, but the rest of these are all pretty simple. There's just a lot of different lands. Target creature can't be blocked this turn. Oh yeah, that's pretty cool. Sacred Peaks. On tap, add fire or white. On red or white. Land enters tapped. On 1 mana, add red and black. Add black or red. Add colorless, add black or red. Land deals 1 damage to you. Add 1 mana of any color in your commander's color identity. Cool. And that's it. That was Final Fantasy VI. Now there's 2 more whole games. Sorry, there's 3 more whole decks. 7's next, too. Like, 7's one of the other commander decks, and that's the next deck on the list. I got to take a restroom break, and I got to put something in my stomach before I do that, because that was a lot. That was a lot. All right, so I'm going to take a quick restroom break, and then we're going to keep looking through. We're going to look through the Final Fantasy VII. The Final Fantasy VII Commander deck might be the last one I get through, given how long it was to go through the Final Fantasy VI one. Oh, I have a link with the more recent ones. I haven't actually looked at these yet, but I have the recently previewed cards right here. This is only the last 24 hours, though. So, anyway, I will be right back. All right. I needed some bread. I got some bread. I had to put something in my stomach. Yeah, everyone's going around with all their spoilers. That's pretty cool. I'm going to check my email real quick. Instant cup noodles. Final Fantasy 6 cards are really cool. I'm excited about the 7 ones. Yeah, so for those who missed it, I'm actually being sponsored for some pack openings, not by Wizards of the Coast. There's a Kentucky-based LCS that offered to send me cards, but they ship across the United States. So they're going to be shipping me some packs to open next month. And in exchange, I advertise their business. They only have some regular play boosters left right now. I don't know what their restock is going to look like. They don't have any more, like everything's sold out there except for the play booster box sets. But I'm going to be opening one collector's booster box, one regular booster box, the bundle, and then all 4 commander decks. That's what they're sending me. But yeah, they ship all throughout the U.S. So if you want to grab packs off them, whether you still want to get the regular play boosters. If I open a gold chocobo, bro, I'm going on vacation. I'm grading it and I'm going on vacation. Getting it graded. Obviously, I can't grade it. Hi, Ivy. I'm also going to get some water real quick. I'm going to get some liquids. Don't yell at me. All right, I have water. Yeah, there's only 77 of them. Hi. Yeah, that's why they just sell the box. God, the One Ring card was so stupid. No. The Black Chocobo is only printed in Japanese. Now, mind you, it's not only available in Japan. It's just that the card text for the Black Chocobo is only Japanese. So it's in the English packs, but when you get it, it's a Japanese card. And it's because they asked, I forgot who they asked on the development team what their favorite, who is it? I think they asked Amano. Was it Yoshitaka Amano? Who did they ask what their favorite Chocobo was? Anyone remember? They asked Nomura? Yeah, they asked Nomura what his favorite Chocobo was, and it was the Black Chocobo. So because of that, they printed that card in Japanese only. Hi. But those aren't serialized. The Black Chocobo. The Gold Chocobo is serialized. The Gold Chocobo is the one there was only 77. Ivy, chill. I need you to chill, Ivy. I got several more commander decks to read. But yeah, it's going to be funny because people are going to... Ivy, stop. Ivy are going to... People are going to open that pack and they are not... And anyone who doesn't know that it's only ever in Japanese text, they're going to be like, what the... What happened here? Especially if it's, that would be really funny if it was the very first card they pulled. All right, so now we've got the Final Fantasy VII. This might be the last one I have time to go through. I'm probably going to wrap stream around 12:30, and I think it's going to take about an hour to go through this entire thing. I have a doctor's appointment to follow up on my blood pressure. And that's at 1:30, so I'll probably do that a little earlier. And then I probably want to do some packing and maybe make a trip over to UPS to send more stuff over to Sophie. Okay. So, Aerith, Gainsborough. All right, let's start. These first few we've already seen. We saw these during the preview. So, yeah, the Aerith one it's messed up. Whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter. When Aerith dies, put X +1/+1 counters on each legendary you control, where X is the number of counters on. That has potential to be really good, to be fair, though. How? Never mind. I don't know how it works, Ajax, but I've heard there is one. I haven't actually even looked at the Noctis card in much detail. Cloud, when Cloud enters, search your library for equipment, reveal it, and put it in your hand, then shuffle. As long as Cloud is equipped, if an ability of Cloud or an equipment attached to it triggers, that ability triggers an additional time. That has room to be so good. For a 2-mana 2/1 with that effect, yeah, more tomorrow. I'll finish the rest tomorrow. That Cloud card has so much room to be so good. Zac Fair enters with a +1/+1 counter on it. Sacrifice Zac Fair for 1 mana. Target creature you control gains indestructible till the end of the turn. Put Zac Fair's counters on that creature and attach an equipment that was attached to Zac Fair to that. Wow, actually, I really like that. I like how he's a 1 mana 0/1 that automatically enters as 1/2 technically because he gets the counter, but the counter is used for the sacrifice. That's messed up, man. Those are the extended arts and the full arts of them. Soldier, these are a token. These probably have Monarch. Oh, no, they have Rebel on the back. So they're 2 different. Okay, so the tokens just have 2 different ones. Just probably to save space for the other cards. Okay. Sid, what's up, dude? Oh, wait, this is not the same Sid card. Okay, I was ready to skip it. Then I was like, wait, no. This is not. This is the flavorful. This is the Sid that's not part of the other Sid set. This is its own Sid. Equipment and vehicles you cast cost one less mana to cast during your turn. Sid is flying. Makes sense. He's a Dragoon. I think all the Dragoon cards probably have that. 2 mana on tap. Return target equipment or vehicle card from your graveyard to your hand. Okay, simple enough. I get that it has 3 different limit break options here, but I love the name of the card being Cloud's Limit Break. Also, I really like that he has the Ultima weapon equipped in it. Yeah, so he's got Cross Slash for 0 mana, destroy, so that's a 1 target removal. Blade Beam, destroy any number of target tapped creatures with different controllers. Any number of target tapped, so anything that's tapped, he wipes off the field. And Omni Slash, destroy all tapped creatures. Yeah, so one is any number of target tapped. Wait, any number of target tapped creatures with different controllers. Now, obviously, I know that means that's because you're playing in Commander, it's different players, but then destroy all tapped creatures. I guess Omni Slash takes away your ability to target. So I'd assume that Omni Slash goes around protections against targeted abilities is the main benefit. Because I'd assume that some protections, if you're targeted, you're protected against it. But if it's not targeted, you're not protected against it. Yeah. Yeah, it destroys anything through Hexproof. Okay, I was trying to grasp what the difference was here. Okay. Making sure. Okay, I got it. Got it that time. Elena. When Elena enters, return target non-assassin historic card from your graveyard to your hand. Whenever you cast a historic spell, you put a +1/+1 counter. All right, it's simple. Heidegger. Shinra, that card for Heidegger. At the beginning of combat on your turn, target creature you control gets +X+0 until the end of the turn, where X is the number of soldiers you control. At the beginning of your end step, create a number of 1/1 white target soldier creature tokens equal to the number of opponents who control more creatures than you, so up to 3. At the beginning of combat on your turn. Interesting, because you don't get the soldiers until your end step, which means when he comes down, unless you already have soldiers from another card, it would really just be set up for your next turn, because it gives you more, because not until your end step. I mean, I guess you could trigger it twice with another card that doubles the end step. He counts as a soldier too, right? I was just thinking of the tokens, but no, it means this. Okay. How many of these are soldiers? Yeah, I mean, I know Cloud and Zacher. Okay, so yeah, anything with soldier in its Sir text right here. All right. Got it. And then he just floods with more soldiers. Okay, well, that's actually going to be pretty good then. Flying, whenever this creature attacks, another target attacking creature gains flying until end of turn. That's nice. Equip abilities you activate that target this creature. Equip abilities you activate that target this creature cost 2 less to activate. I really like that. Soldier military program. At the beginning of combat on your turn, choose one. If you control a commander, you may choose both instead. Okay, so it's one or the other or both. Create a 1/1 white soldier token. Put a +1/+1 counter on each of the 2 soldiers you control. Each of up to 2 soldiers you control. Yeah, I would probably want to play that with a commander because those are really good. Ultimate Magic Holy. Permanents you control gain indestructible until the end of the turn. If this spell was cast from the exile, prevent all damage that would be... The exile only costs 3 mana? Wait. Foretell, 2 mana, +1 white. During your turn, you may pay 2 and exile this card from your hand. Face down. Face down means it's like perma gone. Like that means it's done. Like you can't even retrieve it from exile, right? Like there's like, even if it says retrieve card from, like that means it's gone, like fully gone, I'd assume. 9, yeah, almost in almost all scenarios, it's like gone and not coming back in any, which makes sense given what holy is, you know what I mean? Cast it on a later turn for its foretell cost. Oh, okay. So during your turn, okay. Yeah, so it has no classifications at that point. Yeah, because you can't see what it is. Because you can't see what it is, the game state doesn't technically identify it as like anything. It's exiled, but you can't identify what it is. It's hiding. Well, yeah, I understand that you're hiding the card, although granted, if you're doing this, everyone knows what card you just put down. Face down just hides it from the opponent. Interesting. Oh, you know what I'm thinking? Yu-Gi-Oh has face down exiling. That's what it is. Yu-Gi-Oh, if you exile a face down, obviously it's banishing there. That's like perma removed. That's what I'm mistaking it for. I knew that in one game, there's a game where you exile things face down. It's Yu-Gi-Oh. Okay. All it is it's just playing it for later. All right. Then there's Cloud's Limit Break, Hello Trooper. These are extended arts. Elena, Secret Rendezvous. Why'd they pick Yuffie for the date? Oh, there's other ones. Never mind. I was like, why would they do that? You and target opponent each draw 3 cards. That's funny. Oh, and then it's just different art. Yeah. Oh, it's the same card, but with with just 3 different arts. Wait, there's no Tifa date? Damn, that's toxic. There's just no Tifa date. Maybe they're just further down. Oh, there it is. It's just not in order. Okay. Why would they do it that way? They did it just for this reaction. They knew full well people would be like, "Where's Tifa?" They knew it. They knew that was going to happen. Austere command. Choose 2. Destroy all artifacts. Destroy all enchantments. Destroy all creatures with mana value 3 or less. Destroy all creatures with mana value 4 or greater. 6 mana. Interesting. Interesting. Bastion Protector. Commander creatures you control have +2/+2 and have indestructible. Okay. Bronze Guardian, double strike. Ward 2. Whenever this creature becomes the target of a spell or ability, counter it unless that player pays 2 mana. Oh, that's pretty neat. Other artifacts you control have Ward 2. This creature's power is equal to the number of artifacts you control. That could be a big number. That could be a very big number. Clever Concealment. Convoke. Your creatures can help cast the spell. Each creature you tap while casting the spell pays for 1 mana of that creature's color. Any number of target non-land permanents you control phase out. Treat them and anything attached to them as though they don't exist until your next turn. Okay, I'm glad they explained that because I wouldn't have understood it. Dispatch. Tap target creature. Metalcraft. If you control 3 or more artifacts, exile that creature. All right, that's pretty cool. Pure Steel Paladin. Interesting way to describe a soldier, but all right. Whenever an equipment you control enters, you may draw a card. Okay. Equipment you control have equipped 0 as long as you control 3 or more artifacts. Damn. There's Tifa's card. There she is. Yeah, she's in the commander decks too. She's just in other stuff also. That's the thing. These are in the boosters, and then Tifa's in the commander deck. Interesting. That's funny. Unfinished business. Return any target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield and return up to 2 target aura and or equipment cards from your graveyard to the battlefield attached to that creature. If the auras can't enchant that creature, they remain in your graveyard. Well, that would be unfortunate if you decided to do that. Okay. Vanquish the Horde. Diamond Weapon. The Diamond Weapon art. That's pretty dope. This spell costs 1 less to cast for each creature on the battlefield. Destroy all creatures. All right. Board wipe. Well, creature board wipe. Valkyrie Aerial Unit. The only blue card in the whole deck. Affinity for artifacts. This spell costs 1 less to cast for each artifact. You can. A lot of artifact synergies here. Flying. When this creature enters, surveil 2. Oh. Okay. Well, I mean, ideally, you can get this as low as a 2 mana for 5/4 plus the surveil, which is actually pretty good and flying. Okay, that could actually be pretty good. Sephiroth, Fabled Soldier. Yeah, we saw this one. You may sacrifice another creature. It's really messed up that they gave Sephiroth a lot of, I'll call it Aerith synergy. That's what we'll call it. We'll call it Aerith synergy. They really knew what they were doing with these Sephiroth cards, huh? They're like, how many different ways can we make Sephiroth interact with air? That's messed up. If you do, draw a card. Whenever another creature dies, target opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. If this is the 4th time this ability has resolved this turn, then transform him into One-Winged Angel. Supernova. As this creature transforms into Sephiroth One-Winged Angel, you get an emblem with whenever a creature dies, target opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. Dude, that's going to be nasty. The whole card. Whenever Sephiroth attacks, you may sacrifice any number of other... Yeah. If you can get Sephiroth a lot of turns, a lot of combat... I know he's 2 mana and black, but I think it's a red... What's the type for this deck? Oh, it's white-black. There's white-black, and then there's blue. I don't know if there's any red. Let me scroll down. Oh, there are some reds. Okay. Yeah, because I was going to say, if you can get him extra combat steps, that can get... They clearly expect you to do this a lot. They expect you to kill a lot of creatures and trigger that effect a lot. White, green, red. Okay. Sephiroth Intervention. Destroy target creature, gain 2 life. Gee, I wonder who they intend you to use that card on. I have an idea. Shinra reinforcements. When this creature enters, mill 3 cards, you gain 3 life. Okay. Vincent Val. Dude, that artwork for Vincent is dope. Whenever a creature an opponent controls dies, put a number of +1/+1 counters on Vincent equal to that creature's power. Whenever Vincent attacks, you may transform it to Galleon Beast. Trample lifelink. When Galleon Beast dies, return it to the battlefield tapped, front face up. Okay. Interesting, because you may transform it. But if you transform, do you keep the counters when he transforms to Galleon Beast? I haven't encountered a card that has counters and flips. Yes. Okay. Wow. Him and Sephiroth together. That's scary. That's very scary. Yeah, and then these are the other artworks. This one's the one we saw, the one that's technically spoilers, smile. And then that one's just really cool. The Vincent art with the Galleon Beast art. Where's Chaos? I know Chaos. Well, I mean, technically, I mean, yeah, I mean, Chaos is part of the original game. You know, just do my Chaos. And then these are the extended arts, and these are the extended arts with the... Oh, these are the Surge foils. There you go. Barrett, Reach. Whenever Barrett Wallace attacks, it deals damage equal to the number of equipped creatures you control to defending player. Okay, that could be quite good. Avalanche of Sector 7. Menace. Avalanche of Sector 7's power is equal to the number of artifacts your opponent controls. Opponents control. Whenever an opponent activates an ability of an artifact they control, Avalanche of Sector 7 deals 1 damage to that player. Damn, that's toxic. It's pretty good, though. Kate Sith, Fortune Teller. Lucky Slot. At the beginning of combat of your turn, scry 1. What is scrying? This is the first time I've seen the word scry. Help me out here, chat. Okay, so it's look at the top and either put it top or bottom. Scry 1, then exile the top card. So you're either looking. So in this case, you're either looking at the card and exiling it, or you're looking at the card and exiling the next card. Because if you put it on the bottom, then it's going to exile the next card. You may play that card this turn. When you exile a card this way, target creature you control gains +X+0 till the end of turn, where X is the card's mana value. That can be pretty good. That can be pretty good. We have Kujata here. Enchantment creature, Saga Ox, Trample and Haste. 6 mana, 7/5. Okay. Lightning, this creature deals 3 damage to each of up to 2 target deals 3 damage to each of up to 2 target creatures. So you can choose 0, 1, or 2. That the sentence to each of up to 2 is really, really bad. I didn't really like the way that was worded. Ice. Up to 3 target creatures can't block this turn. And fire. Discard a card, then draw 2 cards. When you discard a card this way, this creature deals damage equal to that card's mana value to each opponent. I really like that. I actually really like Kujata. Ultimate Magic Meteor. Ultimate Magic Meteor deals 7 damage to each creature. If the spell was cast from exile, for each opponent, choose an artifact or land that player controls. Destroy the chosen permanents. I like that. It's one of the other foretell cards. Yeah, so you pay 2 to put it face down, and then the foretell cost at some other point. Yeah, no, the Trample Haste is why I like it. The 6 mana 7/5 with Trample Haste plus the bonus effects, I'm like, I really like that card. Yeah, because if it says up to 2 and then they change it, then yeah, obviously it has. But I just don't like the way it sounds when I say it out loud. Then we just have the alternate arts, Vincent, Yuffie. Oh, no, there's a different Vincent. Hold on. I saw the Ultimate Magic Meteor on the right, and I thought this was the other thing. Menace. Whenever one or more creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, put +1/+1 counter on Vincent. Chaos! Oh, but it doesn't transform, but I want him to become Chaos. Whenever Vincent deals combat damage to an opponent, it deals that much... Sorry, I had a spam call. Deals that much damage to each other opponent if Vincent's power is 7 or greater. Really spreading out the blast. It's got a good spread. It's got a good spread. That's not chaos enough for me. Yuffie, Ninjutsu, 2 mana, 1 and 1 fire. Return an unblocked attacker you control to hand. Put this card onto the battlefield from your hand, tapped and attacking. When Yuffie enters, gain control of target non-creature artifact for as long as you control Yuffie. Then you may attach an equipment you control to Yuffie. All right, that seems pretty good. And then there's Meteor again, same thing. Avalanche, these are the extended arts. Kujata, Chaos Warp, Chaos. The owner of target permanent shuffles it into their library, then reveals the top card of their library. If it's a permanent card, they may put it onto the battlefield. Okay. Furious Rise. Oh, hey, what's going on, Scarlet? At the beginning of your end step, if you control a creature with power 4 or greater, exile the top card of your library. You may play that card until you exile another card with this enchantment. Okay. Lets you cycle through your exiled cards. And it's only on each of your end steps. So, I mean, this card has to last that long. Hellkite Tyrant. Flying, trample, 6 mana, 6/5. Whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, gain control of all. At the beginning of your upkeep, if you control 20 or more artifacts, you win the game. They really like their alternate win cons with this, huh? It's bait. Yeah. Because the only way I see this being useful, because your upkeep, the only way that you're going to make it to your upkeep without being blasted is if you were somehow able to get this card on the field and attacking right before your next turn begins. Like, you'd have to have something that would get it to deal combat damage to a player. That's the only way it could be useful. Like, at least the only way I can see it being useful. And you would have to know for certain that doing that was going to get you to 20. Yeah, you need to, like, cheat it out and get it to attack with an instant on an opponent's turn. And specifically on the opponent that's going right before you. And then you need to deal combat. Like, you would never, ever, ever get back around to your turn with all 20 artifacts. You would have to have some insane setup to get back to your turn with 20 artifacts. Or you would have to generate all of them. But this is at the beginning of your upkeep. So I guess it depends on the way Magic does their turn. Like, if it was just before the end of your upkeep, it'd be one thing. Because you could generate the tokens during your upkeep. But that's not, I'd imagine that's not considered the beginning of your upkeep. I would assume that if you generated all of those tokens, that the wording would make that not a thing. Yeah, generating them at the opponent's end step for sure. I mean, that's the only way I see this card being useful. Like, if you could somehow have this card on the... But, I mean, this would still need to survive. Like, again, you would need to get it out in such a way that there's no way your opponent's options for removal are basically gone and you have all your artifacts. Like, you'd have to do it right before your upkeep begins on the opponent before you's turn. So the setup for that would be kind of wild. I'm sure someone's going to try to do it in some way, but, like, I definitely wouldn't fall for that. I wouldn't probably go down the route of trying to get this win con. Professional Facebreaker. Menace. Whenever one or more creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, create a treasure token. Hey, we're just talking about this. Sacrifice a treasure to exile the top card of your library. You may play that card this turn. I actually really like that. Vandal Blast. Destroy target artifact you don't control. Overload 4 plus fire, so 5. You may cast a spell for its overload cost. If you do, change target in its text. Wait, change target in its text to each. So destroy each artifact you don't. Wait a minute. Wouldn't that just be every artifact on the field? So that's a board wipe. Okay. It's pretty good. It's a board wipe of artifacts. Except yours, which is even better than board wipe, because you get to keep yours. That's toxic. That's toxic. In like the best of ways. Damn. That's nice. All right. Yeah, we've seen this one, Trample. Whenever a land you control enters, double T for power. Yeah, so this was a card. We saw this card and we were like, oh, this is going to be a problem. I think everyone, even people who didn't fully understand Magic, saw the Tifa card and went, oh, that's going to be a problem. Double her power until the end of turn. Yeah, that's going to be fun. Traveling Chocobo. You may look at the top card of your library anytime. You may play lands and cast bird spells from the top of your library. I like how, wait, so that's not even once per, so you just keep looking at the top of your deck as many times as you want. You just keep like, all right, just fucking slap them all out. If a land or bird you control entering the battlefield causes a triggered ability of a permanent you control to trigger. What the am I nuts or is this Chocobo card ridiculous? Am I bugging? Is this traveling Chocobo card ridiculous? It reads ridiculously. Yeah, it's true. Unless you have some way to cheat out lands, you're not going to be playing infinite lands here. But even still, it's really cool. I like it. And all the artworks for the Chocobo. Hey, buddy. All the artworks, baby. Chocobo, 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 Chocobo. Yeah, just fetch some lands. Chocobo, Chocobo. Also, it's not bleh, it's que. Bogenhagen. What's up, man? Reach. At the beginning of your upkeep, if you control a creature with power 7 or greater, draw a card. On tap, add 1 mana of any color. I like it. For 2 mana, I quite like it. Lifestream's Blessing. Draw X cards where X is the greatest power among creatures you controlled as you cast the spell. If the spell is cast from exile, you gain twice X's life. And then that's the other foretell effect. Okay. That's pretty good. I like it. What up, Hojo? Your first activated ability you activate during your turn that targets a creature you control costs 2 less to activate. All right. Whenever 1 or more creatures you control become the target of an activated ability, draw a card. This ability only triggers once per turn. It's fine. Not wild about it, but it's good. Summoning Materia. You may look at the top card of your library at any time. As long as this equipment is attached to a creature, you may cast creature spells from the top of your library. Oh, that's... Okay. Equipped creature gets +2/+2 and has vigilance and add tap, add... I like it. Yeah, I mean, obviously, any ability, if you could just spam anything that it's 2 less to activate, I mean, you could just blast with something. And then you obviously just drawing cards never going to be bad. But the Chocobo a creature? Chocobo is a creature, yeah. Summoning Materia. Yeah, these are just the extended prints and the reprints. Cultivate. Search your library for up to 2 basic land cards. Reveal those cards. Put 1 onto the battlefield tapped and the other in your hand. Thanks, Aerith. Harmonize. Draw 3 cards. Okay. Nature's Lore. Search your library for a forest card. Put that card in the battlefield and shuffle. Okay. Rampant Growth. Search your library. Yeah, there's a lot of land. I'm seeing Tifa's like, yes, give me all the lands, please. It does what it do. Search your library for a basic land card. Put the card on the battlefield tapped. Then shuffle. Hi, Sid. This is the Sid. That's the same as all the other ones. This is the timeless version of it. Cloud Planet's Champion. As long as Cloud's equipped, it has double strike and indestructible. Equip abilities you activate. Equip abilities you activate that target Cloud costs 2 less to activate. Yes, we've seen that card before. Sephiroth Planet's Heir. Another Sephiroth card. When Sephiroth enters, creatures your opponent controls get -2. This was the first one we saw. These are the ones that we initially saw. All the Sephiroth cards just benefiting from all the creatures that get destroyed. We've also seen Cloud X Soldier. This is another equipment one. Haste when Cloud enters, attach up to 1 target equipment you control to it. Whenever a Cloud attacks, draw a card for each equipped attacking creature you control. Then if Cloud has power 7 or greater, create 2 treasure tokens. That's so nutty, dude. So nutty. Tifa, Martial Artist, Melee. Whenever this creature attacks, it gets +1/+1 till the end of the turn for each opponent you attacked this combat. Which that can get very nutty too. Whenever 1 or more creatures you control with a power of 7 or greater deal combat damage to a player, untap all creatures you control. If it's the first combat phase of your turn, there's an additional combat phase after this turn. You win in most cases if that fully resolves, huh? If you somehow resolve that, that's probably game. Oh, they want all the Sids. Aerith, Last Ancient, Lifelink, of course. 4 mana, 3/5. Raise. At the beginning of your end step, if you gained life this turn, return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. If you gain 7 or more life this turn, return that card to the battlefield. Huh, it's nice. Give her double strike. Yeah. That'll do something. It's going to do a lot. Barret, Avalanche Leader. Reach, of course. Avalanche, whenever an equipment you control enters, create a 2/2 Red Rebel. We saw those tokens earlier. At the beginning of combat on each of your turns, attach up to 1 target equipment you control to a target rebel you control. I like it. It's a fun little one. Red 13, Vigilance and Trample. Very fitting. 3 mana, 3/3. Other modified creatures you control have Vigilance and Trample. Equipment, auras you control, encounters, or modifications. Cosmo Memory, when Red 13 enters, return target aura or equipment card from your graveyard to your hand. Cool. Sephiroth, Fallen Hero, Genova Cells. Whenever dude, there's so many Sephiroth cards. Whenever Sephiroth attacks, you may put a cell counter on target creature. Until end of turn, each modified creature you control has base power and toughness of 7/5. The Reunion. 3 mana, sacrifice a modified creature, return this card from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. Oh boy. So many Sephiroth cards. Yeah, these are all the extended arts. The other arts, the Behemoth Sledge. Equipped creature gets +2/+2 and has Trample and Lifelink. You know what, Bat? I like you better here than I like you better there. Than I like you in the actual game. Not much of a Bat equipper. Decimate. Destroy target artifact, target creature, target enchantment, and target land. You can't cast a spell unless you have legal. Oh, okay, so you need 1 of every target available. The word legal choices for all targets is very odd to me. That's illegal. The use of the term legal is just an odd one for me. I get it. I understand, but it's funny. After you place a foretell card, you can place the exiled card here. You may cast it at a later turn. Ah, okay. It's just like a place to put them. Ultima Weapon. Whenever equipped creature attacks, destroy target creature and opponent controls. Oh, that's fun. What? I like how it doesn't work at all like the Ultima Weapon does. It's just like... It's just an equip. Like, that's a weird card. I don't really care much for it. +7/+7 seems cool, but for 7 costs? 7 to, what is it? 7 to play, 7 to equip to get 7. Yeah, it's way too expensive. It doesn't even do what the Ultima Weapon does. Ultima Weapon is a weapon that scales based off your current health. Or his current health. I also get it because it's Final Fantasy VII. You can put it on Gilgamesh. Yeah, I would probably, if I wanted to cheat it on anyone, it would probably be Greg. If anything. This will be the end of it. No, it probably won't. Conformer Shuriken. Equipped creature has, whenever this creature attacks, tap target creature defending player controls. That creature has greater power than this creature, putting number of +1/+1 counters on this creature equal to the difference. It's a lot of words. Seems pretty good. Doesn't look like the ultimate weapon. Yes, it does. It's just not as fat. I'll give you this. It's not that fat. Yeah, this other card, on the other hand, seems pretty good. Wrecking Ball Arm. Equipped creature has a base power and toughness 7/7. Can't be blocked by creatures with power of 2 or less. Equip legendary creature 3. Equip regular 7. That's more manageable. I don't know how good that is to not be able to be. I guess being able to force them to use something that's not a sissy is pretty good. And yeah, there's so many legendary creatures here. You're almost certainly paying the 3 cost instead of the 7 cost. Yeah, because on the regular cost, that's not good. No one wouldn't want to do that. But the other one seems good. Arcane Signet. On tap, add 1 mana of any color of your command. Yeah, now we're getting to all these where it's like add, Well, actually, these aren't really all like that. Whenever this creature enters or attacks, you may attach any number of target equipment to it. Control of the equipment doesn't change. Whenever this creature enters or attacks, so it's a 3 mana 2/2, may attack any. Okay. That sounds like it could get pretty out of hand if you just happen to have a whole. Now, see, technically, wait, you may attach, but you would. When it says you may attach, you're not circumventing the mana cost, I assume. Are you circumventing? I guess I need to clarify. I haven't had to ask that up to this point. Okay, so you can ignore the equipment costs. Okay. Well, I mean, then the Armory Automaton is like practically the only target that even makes sense for the Ultima weapon. But even then, to play 7 mana to do that, I don't know if I would want to do that. There are other things I'd rather do with that 7. I'd rather literally play all the other equipment than play Ultima. Champion's Helm. Equipped creature gets +2/+2, 3 mana at base, and then 1 mana equip cost. As long as equipped creature is a legendary, it has hexproof. Okay. It's only got an equip cost of 1, so 3 to play it and 1 to actually equip it. Seems nice. Colossus Hammer. Equipped creature gets +10/+10 and loses flying. It has a cost of 8. It's a cost of 9 total because it's 1 to get on the field. That's another one that if the Armory Automaton were to take, I would, because losing flying, who gives a shit? But like if you could cheat that onto something, +10/+10 with only 1 mana to get it on, it's very clearly made to be cheated. Like the Ultima weapon is annoying to get on the field because you basically have to cheat it twice. You have to cheat it onto the field and you have to cheat the equipment cost. This you can easily pay and then just cheat. Like literally for 4 mana, your Armory Automaton can go up to being a 12/12. The Armory Automaton with Colossus Hammer effectively becomes a 4 mana 12/12. Like, just obviously that's not the only example, but I'm saying like compared to the what you may have to do equivalently to get the Ultima weapon out, like, yeah, I guess if you cheated out multiple pieces of equipment, yeah, I mean, you basically have to cheat those. I don't know, though. The Ultima weapon has to be cheated onto the field as well. But the equipment cost being reduced to 0 is a really good one. Yeah, 3 or more artifacts. Which, honestly, with how inexpensive some of these equipments are, you would probably do that. Like, literally 2, 2, 2, 3, 1. 3. Like, these are, like, for all these low mana costs, these are all much, much easier. Steal it. Steal it. Conqueror's Flail. Here's another one. Equipped creature gets +1/+1 for each color among permanents you control. As long as this equipment is attached to the creature, your opponent can't cast spells during your turn. So it disables instants? Instant spell. That's, okay. They have any instant spells? That's not going to go well for them, I guess. During your turn, obviously. After that, it's fine, but, you know. Dark Steel Plate, indestructible. Equipped creature has indestructible. Okay. Yeah, they can activate abilities. They just can't use spells. If they have an instant speed ability, it's different. Explorer's Scope. Whenever an equipped creature attacks, look at the top card of your library. If it's a land card, you may put it onto the battlefield tapped. Wow, it's really inexpensive, too. It's only 1 to play and 1 to equip. Not super important. It doesn't provide any stats. It's just providing you with the effect. But, you know, if you can just cheat out, you know, if you just attack and you cheat out some land cards, it's not bad. It's pretty good. I like it. Hero's Blade 2. Equipped creature gets +3/+2. Whenever a legendary creature you control enters, you may attach this equipment to it. That's nice and easy. Yeah, and that bypasses the equip cost, so that's perfectly reasonable and easy to identify one. Hero's Heirloom. Equipped creature gets +2/+1. As long as equipped creature is legendary, it has trample and haste. See, now we like that. It also isn't too expensive to actually equip. I like the idea of just instantly giving something trample and haste. Inspiring Statuary. Artifact. Non-artifact spells you cast have improvise. Your artifacts can help cast those spells. So it's like the other. So yeah, you're tapping artifacts to add active. Yeah, each artifact you tap after you're done activating mana abilities pays for 1 mana. Okay, I understand that. Lightning Greaves. Artifact equipment. Equipped creature has haste and shroud. 0 cost for equipment too. Quite like that. Haste and shroud with no, yeah, that's again, all these other equip cards I see, like, they're all like very logical, but then I look at Ultima Weapon and I'm like, man, in theory good, but just, I don't want to do all that. Reprint of a staple. That's good. Mask of Memory. That is not a piece of equipment. I understand what you're going for here. That's not a piece of equipment. I don't know why they wanted Genova's Mask to be equipment. But, yeah. Whenever a equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, you may draw 2 cards. If you do, discard a card. I like it. Again, affordable. Skull Clamp. Also, not equipment. All right. Equipped creature gets +1/-1. Whenever a equipped creature dies, draw 2 cards. All right. That's kind of messed up, but, you know, I'll take it. The Soul Ring on tap adds 2 colorless mana. Sword of the Animist. Equipped creature gets +1/+1. Whenever equipped creature attacks, you may search your library for a basic land card, put it on the battlefield, tapped, then shuffle. Yep, there's a lot of things for that. Trailblazing Boots. Equipped creature has non-basic land walk. It can't be blocked as long as defending player controls a non-basic land. Okay, that's pretty interesting. And then we have the actual lands. I think the only thing we really need to look at are towns, most likely. Because this is pretty standard. The whole this land deals 1 damage to you. 3 mana tap, activate only control a creature with power or more. Yeah, I think we saw another one in the other deck that was like that. Land, Forest of Plains. Land enters tapped unless you control 2 or more basic lands. Same with this one. Land enters tapped unless you control mountain or plains. Firelit Thicket. Yeah, these are the ones that let you add the different types. You may reveal a Forest of Plains card from your hand. If you don't yet, we've seen these are all similar effects to the other ones. Game Trail. As this land enters, you may reveal a mountain or forest card from your hand. Yeah, it enters tapped. Okay, yeah, these are all pretty standard. Add 1 mana. This land enters tapped. On tap, add 1 mana of any color in your commander color identity. When that mana is spent to cast a creature spell that shares a creature type with your commander, scry 1. That was a nice little bonus effect. Yeah, mana. These are all effects we've seen before. Mana, target creature. Oh, fire plus light. Target creature gets +2/+0 and gains vigilance and haste until the end of the turn. Yeah, I suppose if you were going for a KO, that would work pretty nice. Yeah, no, that's definitely land. That's a building, but it's land. Pay 1 life, add 1 mana of any color. Activate only if you control an artifact. Most likely to control an artifact. Land, mountain, forest. This land enters tapped. Okay. Oh, there's no towns. Okay. I thought maybe like Calm would be a town here. Let me just double check. Okay. I really thought there was going to be a, what about another card with Shinra Tower? I really thought there was going to be like a Calm card or something like that. All right, that covers 7. Now, I have my doctor's appointment in about an hour and a half. I'm not going to go yet because there's no point in me doing that. I am going to look at the other non-commander sets right here and then maybe look at some spoiler cards Because I do have a link that has some of the spoiler. Well, actually, it has every card that's been previewed. But I got to see how I can sort it to make sure it's easy to find the spoiler cards. Dreams of... Oh, my God. The Dreams of Laguna card. Instant. Surveil one, then draw a card. Yep, you may put it in your... Oh, so yeah, that's pretty nice. You can mill one, draw one, or just draw one, basically. And then it's got flashback. When Ultimecia enters, tap all creatures your opponent controls. That's toxic. Whenever a creature you control deals damage, draw a card. It's messed up to just tap everything. Zell. You may play an additional land on each of your turns. That's nice. Zell gets +1/+0 for each land you control. At the beginning of your end step, return a land you control to its owner's hand. Wait, return a land you control to its owner's hand. So ideally, I guess you're stealing lands from your opponents and then forcing them to replay their lands, in theory. Okay. Jumbo Cactuar we saw ages ago. Renoa we saw during the preview. Renoa creates Angelo, legendary 1/1 green and white dog creature token. Whenever Renoa attacks, another target creature you control gets +1/+1 until the end of turn for each creature you control. Yep. Rough Divide. Whenever a creature you control attacks alone, it gains double strike until the end of the turn. When Squall deals combat damage, return target permanent card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Ultimecia. Time Sorceress. Well, I know. It says you control, but that's the only way... I don't imagine you would want to, at the beginning of your end step, return a land you control to its owners. Well, yeah, I'm saying, though, but like if you, that's the thing. It's weird because I'm saying it's you control, but it's to the owner's hand. Because it would just say you to your hand, not the owner's hand. I guess it's just the way they decided to word it. I assume that there was like a way maybe to steal lands, and then when you control them, you just send the lands back to their hands, and it forces them to use the turn for that. But I guess for landfall, it makes sense. That's true. You do return one but play two, assuming you actually get him back to him. I guess there's just a couple of applicable uses for it. Whenever Ultimecia enters or attacks, Surveil 2. At the beginning of your end step, you may pay 8 mana, 4 of any, 2 water, 2 black, and exile 8 cards from your graveyard and transform Ultimecia. That's a pretty steep cost. Menace, time compressor. When this creature transforms into Ultimecia Omnipotent, take an extra turn after this one. So you do the end step, and then you just do your second turn. Okay. You go. I go. Makes sense for her, obviously. God, I love the Sid art for him in this one. Look at it. Look at his shit-eating grin. Robin Williams with a bigger chin. His face there is so good. Oh, man. And then the land, they just have the basic island land. Okay, I figured 8 was probably going to go quick. And then we've got 9. Stiltskin, we saw this one. Target opponent gains control of another target permanent you control. If they do, you draw a card. Yep, we've got all the Stiltskin arts. Beatrix. At the beginning of each combat on your turn, you may equip any number of equipment you control to target creature you control. That's nice. The Prima Vista. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 4 mana was spent on it, the Prima Vista becomes an artifact creature until the end of the turn. And then it's got Crew 2. It's a 5 mana 5/3 also. Fire Magic. Yep. I like the tiered spells here. This we saw. This I really like earlier. Freya Jump, of course, because she's a Dragoon. Tap, add fire, spend this mana only to cast an equipment spell or activate an equip ability. Okay. Zidane, another, yeah, we saw this one too, the reprint of Ragavan. Choco, Seeker of Paradise. God, freaking. Whenever one or more birds you control attack, look at that many cards from the top of your library. Oh my God. You may put one of them into your hand. You then put any number of land cards from among them onto the any number of land cards among them onto the battlefield, tapped, and the rest into your graveyard. And then has landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, Choco He may not be Red Comet, but you know what? He might as well be. He just might be in a roundabout way if you trigger that landfall enough times. You're a land. Yeah, that's That's something, let me tell you. Okay. Legendary. Okay, then we've got Kuja. At the beginning of your end step, create a tap 0/1 black wizard. And then when he gets 3 of them, yeah, if you control 4 or more wizards, transform Kuja. Yeah, so I mean, he would count as a wizard. You would have another wizard. Vivi's a wizard. So yeah, it's probably pretty easy to get him to 4 wizards. He just helps fuel getting to his own transformation. If a wizard you control would deal damage to a permanent or player, it deals double. That's pretty nice. That's pretty nice. Vivi or Nitier. I've never used that word before. Oh yeah, we saw this one. Add X mana in any combination of water and or fire where X is Vivi's power. Activate only during your turn and only once each turn. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, put +1/+1 counter on Vivi. Oh, one sec. Put a +1/+1 creature on counter on Vivi, and it deals 1 damage to each opponent. That's really good. Adding X mana in any combination where it's equal to his power, I can already see how that becomes a problem for other people. Because his second effect really is the one is really the main thing, and then the second one, when he decides to spend the 0 mana once per turn on the second thing, that's nutty. Because it's so easy to get those counters on it. And then he just adds them in. Yeah, that actually does read pretty nuttily. 1 second. I like that. I love that for Vivi, because Vivi's one of the things I like about Final Fantasy IX. Of all the things I don't like about Final Fantasy IX, Vivi is the one thing I love about Final Fantasy IX. So like you said, I'm glad for him. When Zidane enters, gain control of target creature an opponent controls until the end of the turn. Untap it. It gains lifelink and haste. That's messed up. Whenever an opponent gains control of a permanent from you, you create a lot of upside to Zidane there. But no, Vivi really does. Much like in Final Fantasy IX, Vivi is still the true main character. And you can't... Kuja, don't look at me like that. I don't like the way Kuja's looking at me in that artwork on the right. I don't like the way he's looking at me right there. There's Sid again. We do love Sid. There's the extended art for Choco. There's Vivi. The lands. Nothing fancy there. All right, so we're going to skip 10 because 10 has a commander deck, so it's going to take too long for me to go through right now. And we're going to go right to 11. We'll see if there's anything extra from 11, because we saw this during the preview. I don't remember if we saw Fenrir during the preview. Search your library for a basic land card. Put it. Well, he's a 3-mana 3/2, which isn't that big a deal. Search your library for a basic land card. Put it on the battlefield. Tap, then shuffle. When you next cast a creature spell this turn, that creature enters with an additional +1/+1 on it. And then draw a card if you control the creature with the greatest power or tied for the greatest power. I'm not wild about it. Absolute Virtue, the spell can't be countered. Flying, you have protection from each of your opponents. You can't be dealt damage, enchanted, or targeted by anything controlled by your opponent. Yeah, it gives you protection, but he doesn't have protection. No, not Skull Pop. Not Skull. Yeah. Not as unstoppable as it seems, but, Absolute Virtue is Absolute Virtue, all right. Yeah, it's just the player. Shantoto, whenever you cast a non-creature spell, Shantoto gets +X/+0 until the end of the turn, where X is the amount of mana spent to cast that spell. If X is 4 or more, draw a card. Yeah, she could get out of hand pretty quick, too. There's another Sid. We love to see it. There's the land, and let's go to Final Fantasy XII. Probably end up just cranking through these, because they're not going to have a whole lot. Fate of the Suncrest. The spell costs 2 less to cast if it targets a tapped creature. Destroy target non-land permanent. Removal for most likely 3 mana. And then Wall of Omen says the reprint. We did see that before. Undercity Dire Rat. Not the rats. That's from the start of the game for those missing. Not the rats. Rat Tail. When this creature dies, create a treasure token. Not the rats. Balthier and Fran, reach vehicles you control get +1/+1 and have vigilance and reach. It's a 3-mana 4/3 also. That's pretty nice. Whenever a vehicle crewed by Balthier and Fran this turn attacks, if it's the first combat phase of the turn, you may pay 4 mana for the, 3 mana for the designated cost. If you do, after this phase, there's an additional combat phase. I like the leading man. I like it. I like the leading man and leading bunny woman. I like all the different arts for them, too. Vehicles. Hello, Sid. More Sids. Ah, we have another town. This land and... Wait. I mean, it's called a town. I guess... All right. I thought it was going to be cooler than that. Just kind of... it's pretty chill. On tap, add fire or light. Okay. Oops. All Sids. Then we get to 13. We have Fang. Whenever one or more cards leaves your graveyard, you draw a card and lose 1 life. This ability triggers only once per turn. Okay. So effectively just draw extra cards. All right. It's fine. Makes sense for black mana deck. Shambling Seath. This creature enters tapped. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you may pay 1 black mana. If you do, return this card from your graveyard to your hand. Okay. That's fine, I suppose. Lightning, Security Sergeant, Menace. Whenever Lightning deals combat damage to a player, exile the top card of your library. You may also play that card for as long as you control Lightning. Cool. Chocobo. Uh-oh. The Chocobo's got landfall. This Chocobo's about to be a menace. Noticing that a lot of Chocobos seem to have landfall, and then also some of them support getting more lands, there's going to be a lot of falling with these lands. Vanille, Cheerful Lassie. Whenever... Also, really? She has to be fighting for Singetorix of all things? Get Vercingetorix out of here. When Vanille enters, mill 2 cards, then return a permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. At the beginning of your first main phase, if you both own and control Vanille and a creature named Fang, Fearless Lassie, you may pay 5 mana total. If you do, exile them and meld them. Oh, yeah, they showed this one. I remember. All right, I would have... Oh, that's right, because it's 2 parts of the card. I forgot that Fang flips over as well. You couldn't have come up with an easier way for me to read this shit? Vigilance, Menace, Trample, Reach. When Ragnarok dies, destroy target permanent and return target non-legendary permanent card from your graveyard. They seriously couldn't have just thought to have put these the other way on the side. We have the technology here. Army of One. I really liked this Lightning when I saw it. First Strike, Trample, Lifelink. The Stagger thing I loved. When we had this card previewed. Whenever Lightning deals combat damage to a player, until your next turn, if a source would deal damage to that player or a permanent that player controls, it deals double that damage instead. Big fan of the flavor. Not to mention that, you set that up properly. It's going to do a lot. Hi, Sid. Oops, all Sids. And then 14 is one of the commander decks, so we'll skip that because I don't have the time to do it right now. Coral. Hi. 2 mana. Tap target non-enchantment creature. Okay. Side quest, catch a fish. Yeah, the idea with First Strike is that then when you actually get to take normal battle, that it's going to do wonders. At the beginning of your upkeep, look at the top card of your library. If it's an artifact or a creature card, you may reveal it and put it into your hand. If you put a card in your hand this way, create a food token and transform this enchantment into the cooking campsite. On tap, add 1. It becomes a land. I like that. I like that the side quest becomes a land. For 3 mana on tap, sacrifice an artifact with a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. Activate only as a sorcery. Leviathan. Return each creature that isn't a Kraken, Leviathan, Mermulk, Octopus, or Serpent to its owner's hand until the end, and then that's on 1 lore. He's also got Ward 2, which is nice. 6 mana, 6/6, which is also nice. Until end of turn, whenever a Kraken, Leviathan, Merfolk, Octopus, or Serpent attacks, draw a card. All right. Not too crazy otherwise. Hello, Auden. Demons you control have Menace, Lifelink, and Haste. That's messed up. He's also 8 mana, though. Star Scourge. At the beginning of combat on your turn, exile up to 1 target creature card from a graveyard. If you exile the card this way, create a token that's a copy of that card, except it's a 5/5 black demon. All right, just exiling a card and getting that. Marlboro, Bad Breath. When this creature enters, each opponent discards a card, loses 2 life, and exiles the top 3 cards of their library. And then it has Swamp Cycling. I like that for you, Marlboro. Then we have Gladiolus. When Gladiolus Emesicia enters, search your library for a land card, put it onto the battlefield, tap, then shuffle, and then he's landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, another target creature you control gets +2/+2 and gains trample. 6 mana, 6/6. That's a pretty good landfall. That's a pretty good landfall effect. And now we have Noctis. I believe this is the Noctis. Is this the Noctis card that people are saying has the loop, or is there a second one? Okay, it's got to be this one. Everyone's saying this Noctis has an infinite. So he's kind of already on everyone's radar as a go fuck yourself card. Lifelink. You may cast artifact spells from your graveyard by paying 3 life in addition to paying their other costs. If you cast a spell this way, that artifact enters with a finality counter on it. Oh, I can already see why this is a problem. All it takes is 1 artifact. Yeah. All it takes is I mean, I don't even have to know all the artifacts in the game to know that you get artifacts that give you life back. And mixed with art, because you know what the biggest problem with this card is? It doesn't have a once per turn clause. You ever wonder why they didn't put a once per turn clause on a card? This is the card you wonder why there wasn't a once per turn clause on it. Because that's all it would need. Literally all this would need is a once per turn clause. And no one would have to look. It would probably still be a decent card. A 4 mana, 4/3 that lets you pay life to play an artifact. That's fine, even if you could just play 1 artifact, in theory. But it doesn't have a once per turn clause. So I don't even need to know what artifacts are in Magic the Gathering and in Commander to know that that's not going to be okay. There's Sid, and I think this is food. Sacrifice this token, you gain 3 life. Love it. All right, and then we have 16. We saw Jill Shiva's dominant during the presentation. Deadly Embrace we saw during the presentation. Like that you get a card for each creature that died this turn. Not just the one that you destroy, but for all of them. Clive, yeah, we saw all this. Discard your hand, then draw cards equal to your devotion to red. Each fire in the mana cost of permanents you control counts towards your devotion. That's such a crazy mill card. And then for 6 mana on tap, exile Clive, return to the battlefield, transformed under its owner's control, activate only as a sorcery. And then he becomes Ifrit. 1, if it fights up to 1 other target creature. And for 4 mana, add 4 mana. If Ifrit has 3 or more lore counters on it, exile it. Then return it to the battlefield. Yeah, that's... I really liked the Clive card when we first saw it. I still really like it. I'm a fan. I mean, even just discarding your hand to draw cards equal to your devotion to red is like... that alone is pretty good. Everything else is extra good on top of it. Judgment Bolt, the boy. He's here. 5 damage to target creature and X damage to that creature's controller, where X is the... That can be scary. Hey, and then it's Sid. Ultima, I think we saw this one. Yeah. Whenever Ultima attacks, put a blight counter on a target land. For as long as that land has a blight counter on it, it loses all land types and abilities that and has tap, add colorless. Whenever you tap a land for colorless, add an additional colorless. I quite like that. And he's colorless himself to boot. Capital City. It's a town. On tap, add 1 colorless. Gee, I wonder what that's going to be combined with. 1 mana on tap, add 1 mana of any color. Cycling, discard this card, draw a card. Interesting. All right. Yeah, I imagine Ultima being quite good 5 mana 4/4, but with the mana frenzy for tapping for colorless, then adding an extra. Not to mention the play counter. It's just one little extra bit on top of it. And then there were some spoilered cards here. These are some of the ones that were recently spoiled. So let me take a look through some of these real quick. We have Quistis. Blue magic. When Quistis enters, you may cast target instant or sorcery card from a graveyard, and mana of any type can be spent to cast that spell. If that spell would be put into a graveyard, exile it instead. Well, the exiling bit at the end is a little bit rough, but you may cast target instant or sorcery card from a graveyard. The thing is, she reaches into any graveyard. You can use any mana. There's another card we looked at earlier that had a similar effect that was really good. So I assume that will also be really good. These are all reprints of existing cards. These are just alternate uses of artwork and stuff like that. Then we have, these are just reprints. All of these. That's what the small text underneath means. Warrior of Light, Joda the Unifier, Light Thrum of the Vestige is Lightning Bolt. Yeah, so that matters more to people who like play and who understand. But I mean, even if I don't, I mean, the effect down here would be pretty evident. Instant Ramen Flash. When this artifact enters, draw a card. For 2 mana on tap, sacrifice this artifact, you gain 3 life. My God. And then there's Emmett Selk as the reprint. Machinist's Arsenal. Job Select. When this equipment enters, create a 1/1 colorless hero creature token, then attach this to it. Equipped creature gets +2/+2 for each artifact you control and is an artificer in addition to its other types. And then Machina, equip 4. Well, yeah, and then this has the 4 cost to actually equip. So it's got a 5 cost to play and a 4 cost to equip. So you're definitely cheating it in some place. Suplex. Choose 1. Suplex deals 3 damage to target creature. If that creature would die this turn, exile it instead. Or exile target artifact. Looking right next to it, Phantom Train. Oh, Phantom Train is an artifact. What do you know? You can suplex the train. They made sure that you could suplex the train. Very, very important flavor for that one. I love the artwork for the train suplex too. Like, look at Sabin just running at the train to suplex it. Then the Phantom Train artifact vehicle. Trample. Sacrifice another artifact or creature. Put a +1/+1 counter on this vehicle. It becomes a spirit artifact creature in addition to its other types until the end of turn. Yeah. Poison the Waters. That's the Kefka one. We saw the art for this. This was one of the first artworks we even saw. Choose 1. All creatures get -1/-1 until the end of the turn, or target player reveals their hand. You choose an artifact or creature card from it, and that player discards that card. I don't even know which one of the two I'd prefer. Got some reprints down here. Hugo, Squall, Baron Rivalry, Vayne, Solidor, Orphan. These are all oh, then we got Triple Triad. Hey, we got 2 different artworks for it too. At the beginning of your upkeep, each player exiles the top card of their library. Until end of turn, you may play the card you own exiled this way, and each other card exiled this way with lesser mana value than it without paying their mana cost. That's such a weird way to put it. Hold on, I have a phone call, bro. Sorry, that was just my landlord calling. My current landlord. The one I won't have for more than a week. Yeah, no, so I got that phone call before I could even talk about the card. I understand the way the card works. I had to slow myself down to read it properly. So you're really hoping that you exile the card with a really high mana value, because then it lets you play all the other ones. Paladin's Arms, job select, same deal as the other. Job selects 3 mana to play. Equipped creature gets +2/+1 and has ward 1, and it is a knight in addition to its other types. Normally has an equip cost of 4. Not sure really how good that is. Then we have, so these are a bunch of the other cards. So Dark Confidant, I know was, this is a source reprint. Okay. Dark Confidant, at the beginning of your upkeep, reveal the top card of your library and put that card into your hand. You lose life equal to its mana value. That's fine. Emmet Selk, this is the actual Emmet Selk, not this one. This is the reprint that's of a different card. This is the original Emmet Selk, which is also artwork that we saw, one of the first artworks that we saw. Vigilance, whenever Emmet Selk enters or attacks, draw a card, then discard a card. At the beginning of your upkeep, Goodmill, the beginning of your upkeep, if there are 14 or more cards in your graveyard, you may transform Emmet Selk. Yeah, I remember seeing this card already. Yeah, and then this has, I can't do the flipping on this site. Oh, wait, yes, I can. It's right here. What am I talking about? I just couldn't see it. Yeah, we saw this one already. Echo of the Lost. During your turn, you may play cards from your graveyard. If a card or token would be put into your graveyard from anywhere else, exile it. Yeah, we saw all of that. We saw this. I'm looking for cards that I don't. Bahamut we saw during the actual preview. Mega Flare. This creature deals damage equal to the total number of mana value of other permanents you can. That's nutty. You would definitely want to cheat him out with Yuna. But if he gets to that 4th lore counter, that's not going well for anybody. 9/9 flying, then attacks for 2 turns. So that's cool. Yeah. I'd say so as well. I mean, I'm just looking at the cards for now, Gerald, more than anything. Yeah, Yuna, during your turn, Yuna and enchantment creatures you control have trample lifelink ward. At the beginning of your end step, return up to 1 target enchantment card from your graveyard to the battlefield with a finality counter on it. Damn, why is that at 44? How does this have card prices attached? Oh, yeah, Ishtola. Yeah, that's right. So we're not looking at the commander decks for 14. So I'm kind of skipping past those cards. I'm looking at the games that, like, I don't... Because I don't think... Yeah, there was no way for me to search specific Final Fantasy cards at the top here. So I was just going through and seeing if there was anything from the games that I've already reviewed and don't recognize, like 7, 5, 4. Like, I'm just looking at the cards to see if there's any. Because, like, Ishgard, I don't want to look at Jekt, because I'm assuming those will all be there, all the same when I go to look at the commander decks. Matoya. So I'm getting to see the cards, but it's not going to take the time to actually read them all too much. Sin. Yeah, 10 and 14. I mean, there's tons of them here. Like, Primal Odin. We saw Primal Odin. We saw Summoner's Grimoire already. A lot of these are ones that we've already seen. They can be a non-commander. Yeah, I guess that's true. I should just look for the Chocobo. Like, this Jekt card doesn't have the Chocobo, so he's not commander. But it's probably listed on the site all the same. But I mean, whatever. Like, he's got Menace. Whenever Jekt deals combat damage to a player, you may exile it. Then return it to the battlefield transformed under its owner's control. Oh, no. So, yeah, he transforms into Braska's final Aeon. Okay. Each opponent discards a card and you draw a card. Ultimate Jekt Shot. Each opponent sacrifices 2 creatures of their choice. That's fine, I guess. It's fine, I suppose. Yeah, we saw the Shiva already. Let's see. Yeah, I'll just look for the commander symbol. Astrologian. We saw this one too, I'm pretty sure. Equipped creature is a wizard in addition to its other types and has, whenever you cast a non-creature spell, whenever you draw your 3rd card each turn, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. Pretty affordable card. 2 mana to play, 2 mana to equip. Pretty affordably good card. The beginning of each of your end step, exile target creature you control, then return it to the battlefield under its owner's control. Then, if it's the first end step of the turn, there's an additional end step. God, that's so nutty. A Realm Reborn. Other permanents you control have tap, add 1 mana of any color. It's pretty nice. Two end steps. Braska's final Aeon, Jumbo. We've been through these. Mobile's Valor. Whenever you scry or surveil, draw a card. Okay. I like it. Very simple. Sin, flying. Whenever Sin attacks or enters, exile. I think we've seen this card already. Exile a permanent card from your graveyard at random, then create a tapped token that's a copy of that card. If the exiled card is a land card, repeat this. That could be cool. I like that. 7 mana, 7/7 to boot. I like that. Oh, what else do we have? Stiltskin, Primal. Yeah, we saw Primal already. This was during the thing. This creature, whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, that player loses the game. So messed up. I like how he just automatically gets removal to boot. Yeah, Summoner's Grimoire we also saw during the thing. Equip creature as a shaman, and whenever this creature attacks, you put a creature card in the hand from the hand into the battlefield. If that card is an enchantment card, it enters tapped and attacking. Nothing new there. Xanarkand. Create a 1/1 colorless hero token. Put a +1/+1 counter on it for each land you control. For 6 mana? It's pretty extensive, but if you have a lot of lands, that works out pretty well. I know Xenos already. Again, this is another one that I've already seen where you basically lifelink yourself to someone, and then if you kill them, they lose the game. When the chosen player loses the game, you win the game. So keep in mind, that sounds weird. That sounded weird for me until I understood today that Commander has 4 players. It doesn't have 2 players, it has 4 players. So because of that, all you have to do, if that player ever loses, it's a weird thing. Because if Shinryu stays on the field and everyone doesn't want to eliminate that one particular player. Because if they do, you just win the whole thing. They want to eliminate you. So it kind of forces everyone to kind of dogpile on you. Because if you manage to kill that player, then it's really over. Yeah, because if X loses and Y wins, then A and B also lose. Yeah. When Xenos Galvus enters, choose a creature an opponent controls. Until the end of the turn, creatures other than Xenos Galvus and the chosen creature get -2/-2. When the chosen creature leaves the field. So I have a question. In Magic the Gathering, when you get -2/-2 by a card effect, if you are at 2 or less toughness, do you die? Or do you just go to 0 toughness? Or, yeah, okay, you do die. Okay. That's a pretty interesting. Okay, just making sure. I wasn't sure if it would work that way specifically, because then he just ends up becoming a board wipe in a sense. That's true, yeah, because we talked about that earlier with Indestructible, where we said minus counters would actually work on that. That's true. I should have just applied that same logic. I guess because it didn't say counter, I didn't really think of it that way. And when the chosen creature leaves the battlefield, transform. Yeah, you can easily get this. This is such an easy card to get out. And he's only 5 mana at base, and he becomes an 8/8. I love that. When chosen player loses the game, you win the game. Yeah, Zodiark we saw the other day, too. When Zodiark enters, each player sacrifices half of their non-god creatures they control of their choice, rounded down. Whenever a player sacrifices another creature... Jesus Christ. That could be a lot of +1/+1s on Zodiark. Albed Scavengers. Whenever this creature or another creature or artifact you control dies, target opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. It's just the text for it's so funny. When they lose, I win. That's one of those things that, as someone who didn't play Magic and didn't understand that there were 4 players, that was stupid to me. Like, when I read that, I was like, well, yeah, no shit. You know what I mean? I read that and I was just like, what the fuck else would have happened? Because in my mind, I was like, hey, you're playing against one person. So if they lost the game, of course you won the fucking game. Then today I learned how Commander actually works. Oh, it's like the great scholar Scaro from Dignitas once said, up until the point you lose, you're winning. Up until the point you lose, you're winning. Well, fortunately, Xenos as a card is still like Shinryu's extra effect is effectively stupid in terms of like standard play. But Xenos' effect is totally logical for standard play. But I mean, to be fair, if you play Xenos' effect and then you trigger to get Shinryu, then he just becomes a 5-mana 8/8 that probably did removal, which is pretty good. Like, I can totally still see the use for Xenos in standard play. Just that Shinryu's extra effect doesn't mean anything. He is, I mean, he's flying. He is still ultimately, he is an 8/8, a 5-mana 8/8 with flying. So it works out in some capacity that it still makes sense and still works. That being said, I have a doctor's appointment to get to in an hour. So I was planning on wrapping a little early today. I know my schedule's been a bit of a mess, but with me being in and out of the hospital the last few days, I think I've earned that. I think I've earned a little bit of a mess of a schedule. I think I can deal with that. So, yeah. I'm going to get going. I'm going to make my way over to my doctor's appointment for my follow-up. And I guess I'll see where I'm going from there. So either way, I'm going to wrap early today. We'll do the rest of these cards at some point tomorrow. As a reminder, I am going to be doing pack openings for Magic the Gathering X Final Fantasy. There's a card shop in Kentucky that's sponsoring me, an LCS that does online shipping. They do have Final Fantasy boosters, but they only have the booster boxes currently available. They're sold out of everything else. I'm not sure what the restock is going to look like, but I myself am going to be opening a collector's booster box, a play booster box, a bundle, and 4 commander decks. And I'm going to be giving away one of each commander deck. And that's going to be spread out. I'll be doing that in early June when the card set actually comes out, early to mid June when the card set comes out. So it should be a good time. And we'll hope that I just get a serialized golden chocobo and that I can retire or whatever. I'll sell it and put it in a high yield savings account. That's what we'll do. Just get a serialized golden chocobo. Easy, right? Just get one. Like one booster box, more than enough to get one of 77 copies of a card. But yeah, I'm gonna be out for the rest of the day. Actually, that's not true. I have Raid later tonight. I will be back for streaming Raid tonight as well. Should be quick re-clear, so I'll probably be back in about 4 hours-ish, 3.5, 4 hours. So yeah, I will have like a 2-ish hour, most likely evening stream tonight. All right, but with that, I'm off to the doctors. I will see all of you later for Final Fantasy 14, and tomorrow for, probably Final Fantasy 14, and looking at the remaining Commanders decks I didn't get to look at. So thanks all for hanging out. Thank you for the subs and resubs. Thank you for the tips, bits, all that good stuff. Thank you for the support today, and I will see you. I will see you tomorrow. I'll see you later and tomorrow. One or the other, or both. Be here later.